All right, you are live, sir.
Thank you, Janet. Welcome everyone to the December 2nd meeting of the Washington State Public Disclosure Commission. We have a full agenda today, so let's get started. And the first item on our agenda is public comment. And we have quite a list of people who are interested in commenting on a couple of the items that are on our agenda. So Keith Shipman, you are first. Is Keith Shipman available? If not, we will move to. Okay, we'll move to Dalman Trask. Mr. Trask, are you available?
I am. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I wanted to comment briefly on the proposed rules for digital commercial advertisers and digital advertising disclosures. My name is Dalman Trask. I'm a third-year law student at the University of Washington. And prior to law school, I filed some of the complaints which led to the Commission's recent actions against Facebook and Twitter, and was also a political digital advertising purchaser for a number of campaigns. I wanted to start this morning by really saying that while I've often been critical of the process and the rules, I really am speaking broadly in support today of the proposed rules that the Commission has put forward. I do, however, believe that they need some relatively small changes in order to fully support the kind of transparent, compliance-friendly campaign finance disclosure system I think we all want to see. I've included some suggestions and suggested amendments in written comments that I've already provided the Commission, but I wanted to very briefly speak on the intent of those written changes because I think that speaking about them can oftentimes give a little more context. First, I wanted to close two potential holes in the proposed rules with my amendments. As written, the proposed rules could allow a commercial advertiser to regularly sell political advertising to a purchaser who consistently does not identify the advertising as political, and then even where the commercial advertiser has received multiple prior requests for information about that purchaser's advertising, make use of the extended disclosure period in the proposed rules. That gives too much power to commercial advertisers and does not fully support a transparent system. The changes I've suggested close that hole by making the extended disclosure period in practice a one-time use per purchaser exemption during any 5-year period, thus helping ensure that Washingtonians continue to have the quick, easy access to commercial advertiser disclosures that I think we're entitled to. As written, the proposed rules could also allow commercial advertisers to use extended disclosure timelines to push out disclosures until after an election has occurred, including for ads purchased within a week, up to a week before an election. The period immediately prior to elections, however, is critical for transparency, and it's particularly important, as we see in the more stringent reporting requirements for candidates and committees during the special reporting period. My suggestion is to limit the potential for disclosures to occur after an election by disallowing the use of extended reporting periods for orders placed within 18 days prior to an election. That's a period coextensive with the voting period that the Secretary of State currently uses. I think it could also be within the special reporting period that the PDC currently uses, and either way provides similar outcomes. Second, my suggested changes seek to standardize and clarify language around demographic categories by clarifying that the list of demographic categories in the proposed rules is not exclusive, but does include each of the demographic categories described and identified in the Washington Law Against Discrimination. The small change is really just intended to clarify responsibilities for commercial advertisers and to ensure that requesters like me have sort of full expectations about what we're going to get when we ask for information. And then finally, while I haven't included it in my written comments, I'd like to ask the Commission to consider affirmatively defining purchaser in whatever rules they adopt. The term's currently not defined in the WAC, and it's unclear if, as it's currently used, it means only a candidate or a campaign who authorizes the purchase or also includes vendors or sub-vendors or individual campaign employees. And I think that clarifying that information could provide some really useful benefits both to commercial advertisers and to requesters. And finally, I want to encourage again the Commission to consider hitting pause on adopting any final rules until after the Facebook case that the state's currently litigating concludes. That case, as you're well aware, involves the existing WAC 390 rules, and I think that the greatest degree of transparency, disclosure, sort of certainty, and confidence in new rules can be ensured by waiting until after that case is concluded to make sure that we're really sort of amending rules within a legal framework that is consistent and makes sense. So with that, thank you again for your hard work, and thank you to Commission staff for their hard work on these rules. And again, I'm broadly in support of the framework proposed, but think that some small changes could really help provide some real disclosure benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Appreciate your comments. Next up is Meg OHara. Is Meg with us?
Yeah, sorry. Good morning, commissioners. Took me a second to find the button. So my name is Meg. I work for 350 Seattle. We're a local grassroots organization that's dedicated to reminding people that the climate crisis, it isn't inevitable, and that we can work together to support one another in building a future with healthy communities and a healthy planet for all. As part of that, we work alongside other organizations and community spaces to activate people around the state, to talk with their legislators, and ensure that our government is giving the next generation the best chance it can at a better and more equitable future. As such, we're an organization that's deeply rooted in democratic values, and we're working to ensure that every community and every voice has a say in our legislative process, particularly those who will be and currently are being hit first and worst by the impacts of the climate crisis. We don't have deep pockets, and we rely heavily on volunteers to support their neighbors and communities in moving forward with our goals, and we're proud of what we've been able to accomplish together. However, Section 17 of the current legislation proposed threatens all of that. This section of legislation puts an undue burden of reporting on grassroots organizations that would severely diminish the capacity to engage with the public on issues of deep importance, because so much of our efforts would have to shift towards reporting and compliance. In particular, this section of legislation would likely have a disproportionate impact on smaller, community-based, BIPOC-led organizations, whose voices and leadership are essential to ensuring that we are pursuing a healthy future for all Washingtonians. I am asking the commissioners to oppose the inclusion of Section 17 as drafted in this bill, as well as the new definition of grassroots lobbying contained in Section 1. Currently, nonprofits that engage in grassroots lobbying are required only to report their total spending through their registered lobbyist, which allows us to disclose our grassroots lobbying activities in a transparent way to the PDC and to the public without overburdening our ability to actually engage in those activities in the first place. This legislation would freeze our capacity to ensure that community voices are heard throughout the legislative process, and it would create a clear and empty playing field for big business. Please oppose the inclusion of Section 17 in this legislation, as well as the new definition of grassroots lobbying in Section 1, so that we can keep working together for a better future. And I thank the commissioners for your time.
Thank you, Ms. OHara. Next up is Daniel Parkhurst.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Parkhurst, and I'm the Director of Policy and Communications at Washington Nonprofits, the nonprofit association for our state. And we sincerely appreciate the opportunity to comment on the proposed legislation. But we understand that really the legislative intent was to increase transparency and to work towards preventing dark money from influencing our legislative system. However, the unintended consequences are very likely to create a chilling effect on small nonprofits and choke out the advocacy from mission-driven organizations working to mobilize their communities. One of our key concerns is the same as the former speaker, Ms. OHara, in increasing the burdensome reporting requirements for sponsors of grassroots lobbying that will affect the nonprofit sector drastically. Currently, during session, nonprofits report on their expenditures to the PDC monthly, typically through their in-house or contract lobbyist. This allows smaller nonprofits to focus on public campaigns while continuing their mission of supporting their communities rather than spending time focused on constant reporting. The proposed weekly cadence is overly burdensome, and it'll particularly impact nonprofits that recruit and depend on unpaid volunteers, like you just heard, essentially punishing smaller nonprofits that depend on this community support. If this change is made, we'll see smaller nonprofits either strain their budgets, hiring more staff, or far more likely, they'll just be unable to engage in grassroots advocacy at all because they cannot afford it. So often, these are the nonprofits working to represent the marginalized and the historically underrepresented communities in our state. These are nonprofits trying to have a voice, and grassroots lobbying is one of the most effective forms of engaging in our legislative system. In an effort towards accountability, I think we failed to recognize the practical implications that this policy will have. Well-resourced, well-entrenched organizations, they'll be able to adapt. Smaller ones won't. And I believe this is the antithesis of the legislative intent, but it will be the unintended consequence. The current proposal needs more stakeholder input, especially from nonprofits and especially from smaller and medium-sized organizations. These are the ones we want to engage in our legislative system the most, rather than creating higher walls around the legislature. There are numerous other concerns about this proposed legislation. You'll hear about them from others today and also in written comments that we have signed on to and added to. Overall, Washington Nonprofits sincerely appreciates the efforts of the PDC to increase accountability and transparency. However, this proposal causes more harm than good as currently written, and a more collaborative and practical approach to reform will lead to better results and buy-in from nonprofits. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Parkhurst. Dmitry, you're up.
Thank you very much. Good to see you all. I'm Dmitry Glazen, and I'm speaking on behalf of 107 nonprofit organizations that have indicated that they wanted to sign on to some written comments that we submitted. And I want to start by thanking the Commission for giving me the time to address it this morning and for considering the concerns of those stakeholder organizations. As you know, we submitted a letter about a week ago with about 42 signatories, and then additional nonprofit organizations continue to reach out, indicating they share these concerns. And so the obvious question raised, which I want to address this morning, and I'm not going to repeat everything I put in the letter because I know you've had a chance to look at it, is why is this really extraordinary number of organizations so concerned about Section 17 and the changed definition to Section 1? And two, why are you only hearing about it in this manner approximately a week before today's meeting? Today's meeting, which as I understand it, is really the meeting where you need to decide what's going to be in an agency request bill. And I do want to address those two questions. The first, and again, I'm not going to repeat what Mr. Parkhurst and Ms. OHara just said and what's in the letter, but the organizations are concerned because the proposed language of Section 17 and the definitional change in Section 1 really will have a dramatic impact on the ability of small, medium, and large nonprofits to engage in grassroots politics in Washington State. And just to highlight, conceptually, it's not clear to me that everyone understands how it works right now. The first thing is that these organizations don't sit down and say, we are going to embark on a grassroots lobbying campaign. Therefore, we are going to file an L6. They do grassroots communications all year round. And when they make expenditures in support of those grassroots efforts, they will report those expenditures. They'll have typically their direct lobbyist report those expenditures on an L2. But the whole conception of the new law that there is a time period where an organization like Invest in Washington Now, which spends all year trying to fight against an austerity budget, that the idea that they're going to suddenly start a campaign a month before a session, engage in this lobbying during session, and then stop, it doesn't fit what these nonprofit organizations are actually doing in terms of public education. Other things that you can see this new language would require that aren't happening now are the reporting expenditures of their employees and their volunteers and the amount of time spent, reporting it obviously all on a weekly basis, reporting at this granular level. The first thing to realize is that is not the status quo, and these organizations learning about these prospective changes have expressed a lot of concerns about what those changes would mean as a practical matter. Taken as a whole, for the reasons I set forth in the letter and that you've already heard, the burdensome nature of these requirements, the intrusive nature of these requirements is a huge issue. And that leads to the second question is, why are you only hearing about it really in the last week or so? I think that's a great question. It is certainly not through any failure on the PDC to do outreach the way it normally does through its agenda and other means to let stakeholders know about what is going on. But it does tell us that those outreach efforts have not been successful, that there's a universe of people who are deeply involved and concerned about Washingtonians who are not paying attention to what the PDC does, are not reading the PDC agendas. And I think it raises really interesting questions. I've had very productive conversations with Sean Flynn, who's been extremely helpful, as he always is, to try to think about how going forward can we take this, in my experience, unprecedented interest in what the PDC is doing and make that part of an ongoing process. We want these 107 organizations to continue to be engaged in this process, not just today on this one proposal, because I think we all agree it's really key to having this system work. And I want to emphasize, and I should have emphasized this at the outset, that these organizations believe in the mission of the FCPA and the PDC. They believe in transparency. Most of these organizations are small. They are extremely concerned about the idea that well-heeled, much larger organizations and private entities can unfairly dominate the electoral system without transparency. So what they want is an opportunity to work with the PDC. And that really gets to my request today, my suggestion, is that given the breadth and seriousness of the concerns that have been raised, what we are asking is for the PDC to not include Section 17 and the change definition in Section 1 in the agency request bill that is going to pre-file with the legislature, and instead set another meeting, public forum, some other processes which we can discuss or which you can consider to give all of these stakeholders an opportunity to answer a question which was not answered in my letter, which is what changes are appropriate? How do we address the need for additional transparency in grassroots lobbying without having all of these perceived deleterious effects? And I am the first to say, I don't have an answer to that question. I have not had any opportunity, and the stakeholders have not had a meaningful opportunity to, since they learned about this agency request bill, to answer that question. But it's a vitally important question. And the things which really we need to discuss, both the commissioners and the stakeholders, is how to address the role of dark money in grassroots lobbying campaigns, what kinds of compliance burdens are appropriately placed on nonprofits, should those compliance burdens and transparency obligations differ between small nonprofits, medium-sized nonprofits, large nonprofits, and for-profit organizations based purely on the amount of money that they are spending in grassroots lobbying. And that indicates one idea is to draw lines between for-profit and not-for-profit organizations. Another idea that has been raised, knowing how this issue was originally raised by Representative Pollitt, whether there is a difference between grassroots lobbying that name calls particular incumbents and could be seen, frankly, certainly if it were election season, would be seen as an attack ad, as opposed to grassroots lobbying that does not mention incumbents or candidates by name, whether that's a meaningful basis for a distinction.
Dmitry, can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Wrapping up, there is no way for us to address, I think, for the commission to address all these issues today. We think it can be addressed by the legislature as it deals with Representative Pollitt's bill, which is still going to be pending in Olympia if there is a chance to address this during session. But I very much ask that the stakeholders be given the respect of having this taken out of the agency request bill now till they've had a chance to weigh in more fully on these proposals. Thank you. And thank you for giving me that perhaps extra time this morning.
Thank you, Dmitry. Alice Lockhart.
Good morning, Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I'm Alice Lockhart, a volunteer with 350 Seattle. We're a largely people-powered group who work towards climate justice, and you've already heard from our staff member, Meg OHara. I'm a volunteer. I usually work on housing and transportation justice, but during the most recent election cycle, I took a break from my climate justice work to serve as a volunteer treasurer for 350 Seattle Action Voters, and I learned a lot. I spent an inordinate amount of time working to understand disclosure rules, and no small number of taxpayer dollars were no doubt spent by PDC kindly answering my many questions. Had my time been billed at professional rates, the cost would have far exceeded the funds we were able to raise for electoral spending. Similarly, the $500 threshold, after which PDC would, under the proposed grassroots changes, require registration and ongoing, very frequently reporting, could put an end to the ability of small nonprofits like ours to do lobbying work, and specifically to work in loose coalition with other small nonprofits. Right now, we are working with Front and Center and Disability Rights Washington to ensure more climate-friendly transportation spending packages, and we're working with many volunteers to help them meet with their legislators. We would go over the $500 threshold with even a few hours, very few hours of staff time from each organization, and that would then impose a cost of many hours of staff time to do the reporting, and our lobbying work would effectively be taxed at a rate of multiple hundreds of %. This, I'm sure, as others have said, would see grassroots organizations retiring from the field, leaving an empty playing field for corporate lobbying, which would really be unfortunate. And I have another point that stems from my electoral experience. Having worked with the electoral disclosure requirements, I know that the additional sponsorship information requirements for grassroots campaign communications would effectively hobble our ability to use texting and social media in those communications. Sponsorship information simply really doesn't fit in a meaningful text. And when we tried to send text with the PDC required sponsored information, we didn't have room for the words we needed to hear, and users aren't willing to hear two texts from something that seems unsolicited. Similarly, with social media such as Twitter, the format just doesn't work with the requirements. The rules for sponsorship information inclusion in electoral communications were last updated into the 1990s, and they desperately need to be updated before being put to a brand new purpose. Our request to the PDC is that these grassroots lobbying changes be tabled pending careful analysis of their effect on the ability of grassroots organizations and small nonprofits to engage in political speech, and also pending an update of the sponsorship identification rules to bring them into the age of digital communication. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lockhart. Connor Edwards, I saw you arrive. Are you there?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Jarrett. Commissioners Downing, Isserlis, and Hayward. I'm Connor Edwards. I'm a professional campaign treasurer, and I'm going to try to keep it short today. I wanted to talk about the proposal to double the amount of C4 reports due the month before the election. I oppose this change. I don't think that there's any evidence that I have seen that shows that the existing 21 and 7-day reports are really inadequate in any meaningful way. I also think that generally speaking, voters are far more interested in who is contributing to campaigns, which we already report weekly on Form C3, as opposed to how campaigns choose to spend the money that they have received, which is what is reported on Form C4. How many of us can say that we've wanted to look at campaign expenditure reports before deciding who to cast our vote for? I can say pretty confidently that I have not. But at any rate, my understanding of this part of the legislative proposal is that it was intended to recognize the fact that in Washington, we have converted to all mail-in voting, a system which has been around since about 2011. And that voters should have access to more up-to-date information about expenditures during the voting period. That being the case, my question is, why does this current proposal include an unnecessary pre-election C4 period that would require us to file an expedited report when voters haven't even received their ballots yet? If even just the first proposed pre-election C4 was dropped from this proposal, that would make this legislation a lot more palatable for those of us who actually have to file these reports. But considering the goal of this part of the proposed legislation, I decided last night to look at the reporting schedules for the 7 other states that have all mail-in voting systems to see if any of them required weekly reporting of expenditures the month before the election. I found that only Oregon had something somewhat similar to the weekly expenditure reporting requirement considered here, although Oregon has a very unique non-calendar-based reporting system which does not have fixed due dates, so it's not really a fair comparison to what we have here. None of the other mail-in states had weekly expenditure reporting requirements. I also noticed that all of these states allowed treasurers to have significantly more time to prepare the report for filing from the end of the pre-election report period. This ranged from 15 days in Nevada, which I believe, by the way, is also the Federal Elections Commission standard, to 7 days in Hawaii, to 5 days in California, Colorado, and Utah, to 3 days in Vermont. In Washington state, we are currently only getting a single day, 24 hours. Really glad to see that you guys voted on changing that at the last meeting, and I hope that that stays in the proposal. But I'll say that if this proposal passes, I think it will somewhat decrease the amount of people willing to serve as treasurer. I was really glad to hear the experiences and frustrations shared by the 350 Seattle volunteer treasurer that she shared just a few minutes ago, sharing some of her concerns with the burden and complexity of the law. I would hope that in addition to promoting transparency, one of the goals of the agency would be getting the campaign finance rules of our state to a point where a reasonable person serving in a volunteer capacity would feel comfortable handling the workload and understanding the complexity of the requirements to serve as treasurer. I think this proposal to go to weekly C4 reporting the month before the election takes us far in the opposite direction of that, meaning there will be even fewer people willing to serve as treasurers because of the increased workload. And that's not to say that all of our requirements are bad. I mean, the vast majority of them make a lot of sense, but it should be a question of, is the burden we are imposing on filers worth the benefit received by the public? And I would say if we are requiring campaigns to engage in expedited reporting of C4s when voters don't even have their ballots in hand yet, that to me would seem to be a textbook case of imposing a burden on filers without any benefit to the public. So for that reason, at a minimum, I would ask you to drop the first of the proposed 4 pre-election C4 reporting periods from your proposal. But that's all I got for today. So thanks for having me, and I'll go on mute and keep listening. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Connor. Next is Jason Michaud. Are you here, Jason?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'll make this quick. I would like to comment on the new C4 schedule that's being proposed to require these reports to be filed weekly in the month leading up to an election. One of the pros, I think, is that adding an extra day to prepare the reports is a good idea. To ensure a candidate's expenses are properly disclosed to the public often requires follow-up communications with the vendors. Not all vendors are geared towards political campaigns and do not always have the information on their invoices that the PDC requires. So adding an extra day to verify the information, I think, would be very helpful. However, one of the cons, I think, is that the C4 is very time consuming. There are already other duties treasurers need to perform in the weeks leading up to election beyond preparing reports. Things like making deposits, paying bills, following up on contributors' missing information, etc. Because of the additional duties beyond reporting that requires the treasurer's attention in the month leading up to the election, I would say I oppose the proposal to change the current reporting due dates to weekly reporting. It would add a tremendous amount of work treasurers already have to perform in the final 30 days, and I'm not 100% convinced that the 2 reports already filed that month are lacking any meaningful public disclosure. Again, I thank you for your time and appreciate the PDC allowing us to make comment today.
Thank you, Jason. Back to the top, Keith Shipman, have you arrived? Not hearing from Keith. That concludes our public comment. I want to thank you all for taking the time to join us today and for your thoughts on the rules and the legislation. And we will have a much longer discussion a little later in the meeting on both of those. That brings us to our second item on the agenda, which is the approval of the minutes of October 28th and November 24th. What is the commission's pleasure?
I'll move approval both sets of minutes as submitted.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion or corrections? Hearing none, all in favor signify by aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We have adopted the minutes. That brings us to the subject of 2022 meeting dates. We have a list that Jana has provided us of proposed dates that we need to send to the state. What is the commission's pleasure with regard to that list?
I would
Mr.
move
Chair,
that
could
we
I-
adopt that list.
Could I interject a suggested change here?
Oh,
Yes.
And that it, thank you, Peter LaValle, Executive Director of the Commission. I just wanted to add that our experience here as staff was that perhaps this week's meeting comes really quickly on the heels of the last month's meeting with the and right on the heels of the holiday, and would propose that the commission consider pushing this one out a week. So I think it's on our list is for December 1st. It suggests maybe December 8th. And that might be the model going forward if you all agree that I think it still splits the difference between the holidays nicely, so we're not on top of either of the holiday periods end of year, while at the same time making it a more useful period between the last meeting and what would be the December meeting.
But even though it's quick, you seem to find a lot of stuff to put on our agenda.
We could always add another one if you want.
So Alan, you were about to make a motion.
yeah, I'm willing to propose that we adopt what was sent with the revision to the last one being December 8th instead of December 1st of 2022.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion of the dates? Hearing none, all in favor of the dates as revised with December 8th instead of December 1st, signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. We have a plan for 2022. That brings us to a public hearing on proposed amendments to the regulations regarding digital political advertising disclosure. Sean, do you want to make a few comments to lead into this?
Sure. Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. As for the record, I'm Sean Flynn, General Counsel for the agency. And I guess to make clear about the process that we're following here, this is the public hearing on the proposed rules that the Commission adopted earlier this year. They were published in the State Register and on our website for official public comment. I think we heard that public comment in the public comment period we had. So I just wanted to make clear that that there's nobody else who was anticipating making comments on this rule as the Commission had provided time for and in compliance with the rulemaking procedure. Of course, that's the legal formalities of this, and outside of that, this is a process that has taken up the better part of almost 2 years of the Commission's attention and staff's work on looking at these rules and coming up with a proposal that would help to clarify in some cases, improve, and just generally forward the requirements and the purpose of having commercial advertiser disclosures and reports. So I don't need to go back over that whole history, but I just want to remind the Commission and everyone about the process we've embarked on. So the comments, and we've received another set of substantial comments, and I would like to just say thank you to those who've been following this process and adding very helpful comments. This round of comments that we received have been just as helpful, and I really appreciate when we get comments that have specific suggestions as well as pointing out some concerns. So all of that's been very helpful. I guess I'll just ask you, Mr. Chair, if you'd like, I'll briefly summarize the proposal that we had gone over at the time when the commission had adopted this, but just to make sure that everything's fresh, would you like me just to kind of go over the
Please do
high
that.
points of the review? Okay.
Yeah.
So the proposed changes, there's a few substantive areas that I'd like to hit. Of course, there's some clarifying language as well, and more on the technical side, but I don't need to get into that unless there's any questions. But there's 4 issues that I think help guide what the policy is here. And just going down it chronologically through the rule, the first change would be to help clarify the issue where a commercial advertiser where a sponsor or purchaser has purchased a commercial advertising through a commercial advertiser that then is published on a different website, let's say. And as you recall, we've kind of gone through how this industry works and the various players and entities that can get involved, that if the public sees an ad on a certain website, it's not necessarily the host of that website that is the entity that has sold the advertising. They may have just sold the space on their website that then is used as the place where the commercial advertising ends up. So we say that the commercial advertiser is the one doing the transaction with the purchaser. The question arises, of course, that if the public sees an ad that's published on a website and they call the host of the website and they say, let me see your books of account, that commercial advertiser might not have the details of the transaction with the purchaser. And so that's why we define the commercial advertiser as the one having the interaction. But how does the public then know who to go back to? So what we had proposed in the rule is that once the commercial advertiser that's engaged in that direct transaction with the purchaser sells that advertising, that their contact information, whether through just a text of their address or a link back to their website or their platform, would be available and seen, would be presented on the advertisement itself or linked to the advertisement wherever it ends up being published, so the public would have a way of getting back to the commercial advertiser whose responsibility it would be to maintain the records of this. The next issue is we created what we call a cure period for commercial advertisers that maintain their books of account to address a situation where, you know, commercial advertisers acting in good faith, they're keeping records of all the advertising that they're selling, but something might inevitably fall through the cracks, so to speak, or something that they weren't able to flag as political advertising. And we've heard that concern from a number of commercial advertisers, and you know, the question generally is posed as, well, how are we supposed to know what a political ad is? And we're not in that business. We don't have the legal expertise to be able to define a political ad. And so we created a mechanism to essentially cure the lack of reporting or ads that should be in their books of account, to say that, well, okay, if you ask a purchaser whether they are producing political or whether they're buying political advertising, that the purchaser would say yes or no to that. And if they say yes, well, great, then you know that you have a political ad and you can put it in the the books of account. If they say no or don't answer that question, then there may be some, call it excusable neglect in that situation. And so if it were ever to come out that ad, if somebody has requested that ad, that the commercial advertiser would have the opportunity to find it and put it in its books of account for inspection. And we created a 3-day window for that mechanism. And as we'll talk later about legislation, we're also recommending to include in the agency request legislation that there be a requirement that the sponsor of political advertising, when purchasing it, would have a duty to inform the commercial advertiser. But to be very clear, that the lack of the sponsor self-identifying the advertising is not itself a way for that does not absolve the commercial advertiser of its responsibility. And I think that's kind of the key to our proposal here, or one of the things that we want to be very careful about, that we don't merge the sponsor identification by the one purchasing it as trumping the commercial advertiser's own responsibility. It's our thought that in most cases, in almost all cases, let's say, the political advertising by definition should be very clearly identifiable on its face. By definition, political advertising expressly advocates for the support or opposition of a candidate or ballot measure. And so the magic words, vote for, vote against, are generally applied there. Now, understandably, there may be some cases where something fits within the definition and the meaning of political advertising that might not be apparent to a lay person or somebody in the advertising industry, not somebody with particular expertise in that matter. And that's why we wanted to create this cure to solve that problem, but to not absolve the commercial advertiser from having that independent duty of, when they see something that says vote for or vote against, very clearly supporting or opposing a candidate, that should be put in, and they shouldn't get there shouldn't be an excuse for not including that. So that's an important limitation, I think, on what we've proposed. Of course, if you've read through the comments, you know that I'm speaking somewhat in response to those comments and some of the suggestions that have been raised. But we do think it's important to limit that, because the law as it currently stands, and something that we have viewed as an important feature of the law, is that the commercial advertisers do have an independent responsibility. And so any effort to completely absolve them or subordinate their responsibility to the actions or inactions of a sponsor would be a significant change in the current structure of the law. And we want to be careful to not go too far. That being said, we think the cure period is something that is reasonable and worthwhile to pursue. The next change is, because we would now be requiring commercial advertisers to maintain records of the advertisement itself. So when people inspect the records, they would have a way to look at the visual or audio file of the particular ad that was purchased. That we thought that would be sufficient to relieve the commercial advertiser of then having to catalog and maintain a record of the name of the candidates that are supported or opposed, and whether the ad supports or opposes that candidate or or ballot measure. We had heard some concerns, again, from commercial advertiser industry. Well, I don't know who's supporting or opposing who or what, or we shouldn't be interpreting the content of the advertising that we produce. And we thought that was a fair concern. We've also heard some backlash against that to say, well, no, the categorizing of the ads is very important for the public to be able to sort through and find the particular ads. And that's a fair point as well. So I would like to just offer that up, that the commission should consider in weighing those factors as to whether we should continue to include that in the rule, or if in the balance the exchange is appropriate. So as long as you're producing the ad itself, you don't have to identify the content, so to speak, of the ad. One suggestion to maybe refine that is to have the commercial advertisers maintain records of the candidate or the election that is supported or opposed, but not necessarily have them have to identify whether it does support or oppose a particular candidate or that, because understandably that can get somewhat interpretive. Are you supporting somebody? Are you opposing somebody? An attack ad can be seen both ways. Negative advertising is, are we supporting or opposing? Sometimes it's hard to or it's a little open to interpretation. Finally, the last kind of substantive area of change would be in clarifying the scope of demographic statistics that we're requiring to be maintained as far as groups that are targeted in digital-based advertising. And that's an area where we had a lot of feedback, and that runs the gamut of whether we should be including targeting at all, and if we do, what's the scope of targeting. The way that the digital ad market works is that targeting can get very specific and very personal, given the amount of data that a lot of the social media sites and some of the bigger players here are able to mine from their users. And the distinction that we raised, and you'll recall we had discussed this in our original proposal, was that we would draw the line as far as demographic type of statistics as opposed to interest areas, which obviously can get very personal and very discrete, or what they call the micro targeting. And not to say that the demographics doesn't get very specific as well, but it's a distinction of class, we think, and there is some privacy, personal interest, as well as strategic information that the campaigns use when they are particularly targeting certain areas. But we did resolve that it's still an important aspect of this type of marketing for the public to see who's being targeted in that, and left at a demographic level. We thought that kind of struck the balance of kind of protecting strategy to some degree, but also revealing the scope of who these messages are being targeted for, and otherwise are somewhat hidden in that type of media. I mean, if you receive something in a Facebook post or otherwise through digital means, and you scratch your head and it's like, well, why am I seeing this, or who else is seeing this? In other forms of media, sometimes that's more apparent. If if you place an ad in a newspaper or you run a television ad, that if you're seeing it, then anybody else reading that paper or watching TV at that time is seeing something. But when it's appearing on a personal social media feed, sometimes that type of disclosure is not readily apparent. So we think the demographics is appropriate. So we left that in. That isn't a specific change, but what we tried to do is sort of help define what demographics means as opposed to an interest. And we used some general understanding. We went to the industry sites themselves where they distinguish between categories of interest and demographics. And we use language there and more examples to kind of flesh out what the demographics look like. So that's an overview of what we've done with a little bit of commentary of why we did it. And as you know, you've received substantial comments on this. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you if you want to open it up for commission questions, or if you'd like an overview of the comments that we received. I'd be happy to do whatever you want at this point.
What's the commission's pleasure? Do you have questions that you want to ask, or do you want to have an overview of the comments first?
I've got a couple of questions, I guess. One of them relates to the comments, or I guess they both relate to the comments a little bit, in particular the comment from CLC. They suggest that it would be an easy thing to include a time period for a response to a PDC request for production of the information in the final section of the rule. I assume you'd agree with that.
Yeah, I think that was a good suggestion. We would generally infer that the time period for a response to the PDC would track a time period response to the public. But if that's read to not be clear, then I don't think there's any problem with putting it in there. And our initial suggestion to the commission on that would be to just track the time period for when the public is required to be served by a request to a commercial advertiser.
Good. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a good idea to do that, and I would certainly support that. The other question relates to something that I think I raised at the last meeting, and that was an inquiry as to whether or not it had value for searchers and requesters to have the matter cataloged as being an advertisement relating to a particular candidate or ballot measure. And CLC submission suggests that the answer is the affirmative to that question, that it would be of benefit to both to requesters and to searchers. And so I would support reinserting that in, I think it's section 6, subsection 6A. Not the supported or opposed, because I agree with you, I think that's ambiguous. And it may be hard to discern if somebody advocates for the silver standard instead of gold. Don't you think the public ought to be aware that this person thinks JFK Jr. is going to come back and reinstall Trump? Some people might see it as a good thing. Some might question it, and the advertiser might be saying simply, the public ought to know, and may not want to commit to whether they're supporting one perspective or the other. But would it be easy for us to reinsert the requirement that the information retained in the books of account include the identity of the candidate or ballot measure?
It wouldn't affect any of the other changes, so it'd be easy in that sense, that if we just reinserted that language, nothing else would have to be adjusted. It's just the retention of that requirement.
Yeah. Well, I think the requirement at present says and whether it's opposed or supported, and I'm suggesting that we pare it down, simply be identifying the candidate or ballot measure, but not including the support or oppose portion.
Yeah, that's understood, that we could retain it minus that extra disclosure.
Okay, good.
Sean, this is Alan. Obviously the digital advertisers have their lists and they can do magical things with it. So can a whole bunch of private vendors that make lists that, I can go to a vendor and say, I want you to make the following gumbo for me. I mean, maybe I care about them, whether they're registered in the district, or maybe I don't. Maybe there are other issues out there that are bigger than that to me right now on what I want to do with this mailing. And I care about their age, and I care about their gender. And if I care about the fact that they're a registered household, that's a household match, so I don't send it to two. I want to bias it towards women. I want to bias it towards an age. I want to bias it towards people who are registered owners of Tesla. I want to bias it towards people who have purchased hunting licenses. I want to buy it, and I want the partisan identification information. I want to create a gumbo that is very unique, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with digital advertising. I'm not talking here about placing it and putting it in Facebook. I'm talking about having a vendor do a campaign piece for me that they're going to put the addresses on, perhaps by laser, and it's going to go out. And some of the people in the district are going to get a mailing and some aren't. Are we requiring in that instance that the campaign disclose what ingredients they put in their secret sauce?
Very good question. And we've discussed this somewhat in the past, and I'm glad that you're bringing it back up. The first answer is we haven't, to this point, really vetted through all of the possibilities of how targeting may be accomplished in other media. It is our general understanding that because of the way digital advertising works, in that they capture the personal information of generally their customers, the ones interacting with their platforms, and then they leverage that and solicit advertising based on their ability to, use that data to create these categories and do the level of targeting that they can. It's our understanding that when campaigns are doing a more traditional type of advertising, let's say by mailing or otherwise, let's just say the mailing, because you can send it to individual households that way, that when they come to a mail service, they've likely produced that information. So they've used consultants or otherwise to create their lists. And when you have a customized list that then is provided to the printer or to the mail service that they put out, that it's not the mail service's responsibility to go back and ask them, well, why did you give me a list of these 1,000 people to send out? That they're more just in the business of distributing it. But if your question infers that there is a particular business out there that says, hey, we will prepare and produce this mailer for you, and you just tell us who you want it to go to, and we have all that information that we sell as part of our service. So we've collected that, and we can send it out to a certain demographic within your jurisdiction. That does raise a question. The current law does say for mail services that the particular type of information that's required to be maintained as books account are the quantity of items, the binding, stuffing, labeling, list or directory services, as well as postage and delivery. So we haven't seen that. We don't know that that's a particular area of industry that is being marketed or sold at this time. Where we understand it to be is that's more done by the campaign, and then it's presented to the the actual advertiser to then send it out. So that's kind of how I understand it. If I'm not addressing the heart of your question, please clarify. But
let me try this. If campaign hires consultant XYZ, and XYZ, and one of the reasons they hired that company is because they're really good and they have access to all kinds of lists, and it's all electronic mergers. You run, your first wave is this and your second is this, and then you could say, I want to include ID Republicans, or I want to exclude ID Republicans, or I could, any kind of a mix you wanted, and that consultant then could make this magical list, and yeah, you could take it to a mail house or some kind of a laser printer that's going to go do the thing. I guess I'm interested and concerned that I wouldn't want us to have a rule that says if you are using a digital platform to send this message, which is identical to the person you're sending it to and this content to what it would have been if it had gone through this other process, this mailing process. I wouldn't want one to be required to be disclosed and the other not to be. And I'm not comfortable with disclosing the gumbo. I'm not comfortable with the idea that the campaigns have to say, well, who did you send it? Why did you send this to X? I'm not comfortable going there.
Okay. Those are fair comments. I think you're making your point, and so I won't address that. But the one point I'd say is that in your scenario, if the campaign's using a consulting service, and again, they provide the list, and then the list is given to the mail service, that would not be covered under the commercial advertiser law. So the reporting would have to be from the campaign side at that point.
And are they now?
And right, that's not part of the rule that we're.
No, I understand, but my concern is if there's a deviation in requirement, if one kind of advertising is favored over another, that if I go through the digital platform, this information is going to go out. If I don't go through digital and I send the same piece to the same house, the same person, it isn't going to be disclosed. That's a concern to me.
Yeah, and like I said, I'll let that point stand. It's a good point, but I just wanted to be clear of what would be in a commercial advertiser disclosure regime and what wouldn't. And I think you've correctly identified that in your scenario that the consultant group that comes up with the list would not have to be required by the commercial advertiser. But I think Kim has appeared on screen, so I'll defer to her. She'll have some more to say about the campaign disclosure, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to say for the record, and I'm sure you understand, is that we're not requiring disclosure of intent or of the product of targeting. So we are merely asking for disclosure of what was purchased. So if a campaign came to the commercial advertiser and said, I want these segments targeted, and you go do that, that is what's being disclosed. Now, that does not always reveal intent. We've had examples in talking to campaign consultants in the last few months, over the last actually couple of years now, where they've described situations where a client wants to get to a certain segment, so here's what you target. And that targeting group does not reveal who you were actually targeting, because you have to structure it in a certain way so that you get to that group, and it's not always possible that those things are a match. So the results are not required to be disclosed. You're not, required to disclose, a list of who got it. And in Sean's case, where there's a custom list, all that the commercial advertiser was given was the list. They weren't asked to provide a service. They were just given a list. So that's, the list is not theirs.
Just the main thing to understand, I think you all do, is that modern campaigns have nothing to do with the old days of where you'd go to the county auditor and get a list of registered voters and then get hand-to-fix labels and put them on envelopes and things. That isn't the way it goes. I've worked on a lot of campaigns where the registered voter list was kind of a secondary consideration to some of the other things we were doing and some of the other mailings we were making. If they were registered, that's great, but that isn't really what the purpose of the mailing was.
We did hear that from campaigns, candidates, and consultants during our research. We did.
You mean you didn't handwrite the address on the envelope?
I did a lot of that, except they usually went off to some other foreign country because of my handwriting.
Nancy, you had a question, I think.
You muted?
No.
Then I would just add for further context that, of course, we're promulgating these rules under the statute, and the statute itself talks about that what a commercial advertiser has to retain and ultimately disclose if requested is the exact nature and extent of the services rendered. And I think that's what we're wrestling with. What is the exact nature and extent of the services rendered? When it's a digital advertiser that is providing this kind of targeting information, that seems to fall under the rubric of the nature of services rendered.
Right.
But as Sean read, when it comes to a mailing house, it's also the list services that are provided.
We're getting deeply into some of the issues that were raised in the comments, and so why don't we go back to Sean and get a quick overview of the comments, and then come back and see where we want to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And also to put this all in context, we are recommending that the commission not take final action to adopt these rules at this point, based on the substantive comments that were received. We would recommend having some more time to look over these comments, to try and refine some of the language in there, address some of these things that Commissioner Downing and Commissioner Haywood had pointed out, as well as some of the others. So I think the timeline would, as far as we would want these rules promulgated and put into place in time for the next election cycle, would allow the commission to put off final adoption until January, and that kind of fits in within the scope of what this what the public hearing is meant for. Not that you're should be required or pressured to make kind of split-second decisions on these things for final approval, and of course we don't have an updated draft for you on all this without receiving your comments for final approval. So I just want to give you that context, so you're not thinking that we're asking you to specify every detail or come to a conclusion on all this. I guess I will go over briefly the comments. It's a little uncomfortable. I mean, I'm not here to characterize or advocate for these positions, and so this isn't going to be a full breadth of what you received. So I would refer you back to the comments themselves, as well as the testimony that you've heard about this. But we had heard that for our cure period that we were proposing, the cure period would be extended for a significantly longer period of time to allow commercial advertisers to search through their records and pull the missing advertising that they might not have picked out when at the time of purchase. There has been a long-standing position by the industry. We haven't heard specifically in this period from an industry representative or more than one company that provided comments that they would like some sort of safe harbor, as we call it, that would only trigger a responsibility for the commercial advertisers to maintain records on advertising that was self-identified by the purchaser. And that's been a long-standing request from the industry. I want to make sure that's still articulated. But as you heard me say earlier, we've in times before when we've discussed this, that we feel that might go a little too far as changing the purpose of of the law as it stands, and also that, you know, we think that reasonable measures can be applied that alleviate the concerns that gave cause for that recommendation, allow commercial advertisers to safely participate in Washington political advertising without, you know, being caught in the gotcha kind of enforcement that, you know, sometimes admittedly does arise, and we're sensitive to that. You know, if an advertiser publishes its books of account, as some do, namely the two of the biggest players, Facebook and Google, have you know, expended significant resources to provide these public-facing libraries of the political advertising that they sell, and generally, you know, we think that's a good service to the public, and don't want to prevent the further development and of those industry-based solutions. We think those are benefits to the public. We've obviously presented these types of mechanisms to the commission before, and get the general sense from you all that you are you like those as well. And so, you know, if you're putting all your advertising out there and somebody goes through it and says, you know, they missed one, and then they, you know, file a complaint because there was a missing ad. Well, you know, in certain circumstances, we think that it's reasonable and permissible to allow that advertiser the opportunity to rectify that. I think one thing that we see in the comments that they're asking for here, as an addition to that cure, is that when there is something missing, that it's sufficiently identified so they can go back and they know what they're looking for. And that's a position that we also are sensitive to, and think makes some sense. That, you know, it's hard to know what you're missing if you have a system for putting it in there, and then somebody says, you know, you missed an ad. Well, how do they know where to go back and find that if the request itself isn't sufficient enough to identify that? So that's something that we're looking at, and it's something that can be addressed in. It may be something that we can address in refinement of this rule, or something that could be addressed in kind of a lower level of guidance, or just practice of how we manage these issues. There's inherently some reasonableness that goes into how we interpret the law and rules, and so, you know, I want to make sure that the commission is aware in evaluating these comments that, you know, we're not drafting a law that deals with the 0.5% of the scenarios that are out there. That if we have a law that deals with, you know, the vast majority and covers all that, there will be exceptions in any case. And so we try and make the rule as clear as possible, but we also would advise some leeway in dealing with the outlier situations. Again, another concern that was raised in the comments was that the targeting is too broad and would reveal too much, and also infringes on some proprietary interests that the commercial advertisers have. Again, as Peter cited from the law does require reporting of the exact nature of the services provided. Targeting, especially in the digital area, is a controversial issue beyond the scope of what we're looking at. But the public is very attuned to this, is very interested in this. Some aspects of the public are very concerned about that type of targeting. So we do think it's relevant, and it's something that the public does have a legitimate interest in seeing, and falls within the scope of where the authority lies. So that's why we would continue to have it. But further discussion based on Commissioner Haywood's concerns, I think, are definitely warranted. I think Commissioner Downing had pointed out some of the suggestions raised by the CLC. I don't need to go over that. One additional area is they suggested a definition for digital communication platform that we use in the rule, and it's a fair point. And so we can look into that a little bit more if the commission is comfortable pushing this out to January. We can see if we can come up with a little bit more clarity on the boundaries of what that is. And then you heard from Mr. Trask about his concerns and suggestions for the rule. So again, I'm not going over the breadth of everything, but those were some of the highlights of the comments. If there's others that you have questions about or want to talk about, be happy to hear those now.
Cool. Other comments, questions? So it seems to me that there are 3 or 4 issues that we should come to a consensus about to give direction to Sean and the team, and that based on that, we should plan on final adoption in January. Does that sound like an approach that we're comfortable with?
That gives Sean and his team enough time. Seems reasonable.
Well, it depends on how much suggestions we make, I suspect.
We're mindful of the time, how it rolls out, and we have to go through the process of publishing the rules, and we obviously want them to take effect before we get into the heat of the campaign season.
Yeah, exactly.
And we can come back to you in January and suggest if needed, we could push it out even a little further. I think January gives us a comfortable period in order to have them adopted, and then there's a 30-day window after submission before they become effective. But we had discussed this before, Mr. Chair, and I think we had concluded that adoption sometime before March is probably still sufficient, but the earlier the better. So
the earlier the better.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
I think we should start with the assumption that we're going to try for January. And if the time works out that we have to go to February, that's fine. But if we try to maintain a little bit of urgency so that we actually do make the campaign season, I think that's important. I've heard in the comments and in our discussion 4 issues that I think we want to have a little bit more direction on. One is the idea of adding the time period as a requirement. A second one is the requirement that you identify the candidate or the ballot measure, but not include the support or opposed. The third one is the secret sauce, and I think we need to have a little bit longer discussion on that. But I would at least throw out the idea that perhaps for this iteration, we could not have the demographic data requirement, that we stay with just the disclosure of the ad and the other material, and that we spend some additional time next year, make one of our tasks to do a review of how we detail the disclosure of targeting information across all of the media that advertising use. And that may lead us to wanting to make some suggestions to the legislature in 2023, or it may require us to change rules to be able to make it consistent. But it seems to me that that would be one approach that I at least.
Can I interrupt you for a second? I would strongly oppose it if you're suggesting removing the language that's been in the rule for the last couple of years.
That's the discussion I want us to have.
Yeah, I mean, I would strongly oppose at this juncture cutting back on the transparency that we've been requiring for the last several years. I think that would be a big mistake. You know, I'm okay with not supplementing it, not going further in requiring disclosures, but as long as we're talking about a description of the service provided by the commercial advertiser, I think we have struck an appropriate setting of the parameters for that in the last iteration of the rule, and I would oppose cutting back on that disclosure requirement.
I think I agree with Bill on that. I don't think we take 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
And of course, I'm not certain that rule that we have now, that applies to all productions, not just the digitals. So that's one of my concerns is I do not want the commission to be adopting a rule that tends to say to the candidates, if you use digital, you're going to have to provide more information than if you don't.
It's, you know, I think the analogy that wasn't raised earlier, Alan, is the analogy to a billboard. I mean, if you place an ad on a billboard in a certain location, you're targeting somebody in that. If you make the decision about where to place it, then then the placement itself conveys that information. But if you're hiring a digital platform to decide where to target, how to target, then just as who's going to drive by that billboard, who receives that that community newspaper, and so on. That's that's information that the public has a right to know about.
That's a macro versus a micro. A micro, you're talking about which particular individual in this district is going to receive this information. That's micro. Right.
Yep. And the line that we've drawn is those things that are discernible on the surface, such as the gender and ethnicity and so on. Those are things that are identifiable and that are not proprietary. But when you get into the interests or the proclivities of the individual and how they might be targeted, then that does become proprietary. And so we've drawn a line that those things are not required.
Okay. Yeah, like I say, as long as they're the same, so that there's no advantage for one type of vendor to be chosen by a campaign over another type of vendor. That's the minimal rule that you got to meet. Is you can't be favoring somebody over somebody else just because of their method.
So let me go one step further and then come back to this. The other thing that I think we need to discuss is the cure period. And currently it's 24 hours and 3 days, and we have comments that are as long as 1 week and 3 to 4 weeks instead of 24 hours and 3 days. And what is our sense about making that change? Not hearing any interest in doing that one, so it sounds like we're still at 24 hours and 3 days. It's amazing, it's amazing that when you add this all of this powerful technology, you need more time. We used to know who won elections a lot sooner than we do now that we do everything with computers. Okay, so just to generalize, I think I'm hearing generally the acceptance that we want to put the time period in. Not hearing any objection to the requirement that the candidate ballot measure be required, but not the support opposed. We want to retain the cure period that we have in the rule now. And I want to bring us back to the secret sauce argument. We have made changes to the section on digital platforms where we've added What our rule was, what I heard Bill talk to, was the description of demographic information. And we've expanded that by saying the statistical characteristics of a population, which is a definition of demographic. And then in the examples, we have added ethnicity, religion, language, marital status, education, occupation, income, etc. Is the desire to keep the language the way it is in the current draft, or to revert to what the original rule said?
I'd like to see you revert to the original rule to give us more time to talk about how much more you really want to require. And I am concerned about an etc., because it would suggest that yeah, you can expand to what new more things you want without necessarily having had a vigorous full discussion of doing that. I think that if you're going to require these disclosures, they should be clear cut to everybody and across any platform.
Bill?
Sean, did you want to talk about the where those changes came from, the additional criteria?
Yeah, thank you. I would just clarify that the intent or the purpose of that change was not to expand the requirement, but merely to clarify what demographics mean. You know, we got that question. Well, what's a demographic? I mean, you know, people's interests are the statistical representation of a population, which is kind of a sort of a generic or standard way of describing a demographic. But in the way that demographics is understood within that meaning is more of a static, you know, population group, not something that is somewhat interpretable or changeable based on interest. You know, your interest in cats and dogs can change over time. Obviously, marital status is something that can change over time too, but that's more of a static, like legal situation. And so, you know, we were just trying to explain what demographics is in some ways in order to make sure it wasn't expanded to include interest groups. So, you know, the additional terms you see in there are really just to expound upon, but not expand the understanding. Where we came from that, again, was just kind of cultivating from different sources, understanding how the term is generally used through the definition, and then also importantly, you know, when we went to the some commercial advertisers' own websites and saw how they would classify their targeting as demographics or interest, and you know, from the category of what they self-describe as demographics, these were some of the things pulled out. You'll see there was a comment in there that we should add really all the categories of protected classes that are recognized in this state as far as the anti-discrimination law is concerned. We haven't generally understood the purpose of revealing demographics is to tie into some interest of you know, to serve some purpose of anti-discrimination protection, but it does provide a category that is demographic by definition. So, you know, that we can include some of those terms. I think Commissioner Hayward brings up a good point that if that we might just want to make it a static list and be more, you know, inclusive. So we could think about adding to that list and just say this is the universe of demographics as we understand it. But you know, we'll probably have to give it some more consideration. I would be a bit hesitant to do that because, again, we go back to the language of the law that says the exact nature of the services provided. And so, you know, there may be something that is statistically demographic that if we don't have it specifically listed out, we wouldn't necessarily want to not include that. So it's something we'll give a little bit more consideration to.
So the purpose of demographic in this media is the analog is to what the circulation of a newspaper is, or what the location of a sign is. And we know that the Seattle Times or the Spokesman Review has a certain demographic of who it is that reads it. And that gives us a certain amount of information. And we don't have something like that typically with a digital communication, and we're trying to come up with something like that. My suggestion is that we leave the rule the way it is, as we've modified it. The conversation that we've had here today shows that we're interested in thinking about it some more. The time between now and January gives us a chance for Sean and the staff to think some more about what he just raised as well, and for our stakeholders to be able to hone in and make their comments about what they think a right answer is in terms of what we require. But knowing that I think the preponderance of where the four of us are is that we want to have something that provides the kind of disclosure to digital advertising that we have in other medias. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that, Sean, does that give you enough to be able to prepare something that we can look at in January?
Yes, definitely. And thanks for that clarification. That does give us a lot to focus on.
Perfect.
And I'll just add as food for thought, not something to be necessarily discussed or decided today, but one of the purposes the et cetera, I think, serves is that we want to avoid a situation where it's easy to game the system for a digital advertiser to say, we don't have a category that's gender, but they have something closely analogous. And I think we saw Facebook, for instance, doesn't have race, but they have affinity groups, and they moved away from race. I think they used to have race as a targeting category, and now you can use affinity group much to the same end. So just food for thought is how we capture that and make sure that tweaks in what's sold by the advertisers is still captured by the rule to the extent we want it to be.
So we've run a bit late on this, but I think this is one of our more important agenda items. So I wanted to make sure that we took the time that was necessary. Thank you all. I think this has been a good discussion. We now have the scintillating topic of budgets. Peter.
Tough act to follow, but I think Brett is with us as well. Mr. Chair, we received some feedback from you indirectly through Jana that you were happy with the updated form of the report that Brett and I discussed and worked on. So glad to see, hopefully, that the rest of the commission finds that useful as well.
I'll be interested in other people's comments, but I thought there was much more easily grasped information in that than our traditional reports.
Good. So that was a quick overview. The other file we included that I'm going to try to share here is this Excel file that hopefully you all see now. And I've hidden the month-by-month rows here just to do more of the snapshot. And just to walk through very quickly here, you'll see fiscal year 22 allotments. So that's our overall budgeted amount. These are just the expenses through the first 4 fiscal months. And so the projected total is based on the rate at which we're going. Where will we end up? And what's our variance from that allotted amount? Black means we're underspent, and red means we're projected to be overspent. And I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom here to see that overall we're projected to be significantly underspent. There's a number of reasons for that, and we can walk through some of those. I mean, I think the good news is we're not overall overspent, but we've got, for instance, we've had some empty positions and positions that we have recently filled. So there's a natural cushion that we get in our budget as it takes a couple of months to fill a position. So there's some of that catch up to do. And then we also plan some of our spending based on where we stand with the budget. So that's kind of the quick overview of how to take that into consideration. And I think the bottom line takeaway is that we continue to be in good shape with a cushion to get us through the year. So that was my thought on that. And Brett, if there's anything you wanted to add.
Yes, so you wanted me to kind of talk about some of the negative variances that we had on the spreadsheet, mainly with the terminal leave, data processing, and the insurance.
That's right. Just some of those, the red ones that appear that were overspent. I asked Brett to say a couple of words about that.
So the terminal leave was vacation leave that was paid out to Jack Hall as he separated from the agency October 8th. And so we just didn't allot anything for the terminal leave, which is why it's showing as overspent now. But with the savings from the other salary portion, it's not very much of a concern. When it comes to the data processing, there's a couple of reasons for the negative variance in that. The biggest reason for it is that the invoices from OFM for the core financials, I think it's more for like the One Washington project, is higher than anticipated, mainly due to when we first saw the central service model, we saw more of the amount for the entire biennium that was funded for that specific line. And in the past, it's usually split 50-50 between fiscal years. So that's what we did, but it turns out it was more weighted heavily in the first fiscal year. So we allotted about $1,881 for the specific line per month, which is $5,600 per quarter. And the billing is in reality about $8,300 per quarter. So overall for this specific line, by the end of the year, it looks like we'll be overspent by about $10,500 just for that specific line. But that also would mean that looking at next year, I would expect to be over allotted. So we'd be underspent by $10,500. The other reason for the variance is how I set up the allotments. The invoices come in quarterly and I split it out through monthly amounts. So since we have 2 quarters of invoices paid, we only have 4 months of allotments. So as November and December's fiscal months roll around, the variance will go down. And then once January hits, the variance will kind of kick back up again. And it's just going to go into that cycle. When it comes to the insurance, we base the allotments off of amounts that were paid in the last biennium. And the main reason for the overspend is in the other insurance category. There's the commercial property, commercial cyber liability, fidelity bond, and risk broker. And last fiscal year, those costs in total were about $1,250, $1,250. So that's what we allotted this year in anticipation for it. But in reality, the invoices have totaled about $5,300. So that's creating that almost $4,000 of a negative variance, just because they were much higher than anticipated.
Well, thanks, Brett. So those are the substantial ones, the significant ones that were in the red, so to speak. And that's part of the reason why, of course, we try to budget with a cushion so that when there are those variances, that we're in good shape, which we continue to be.
Any questions for Peter or Brett? Hearing none, thank you very much. Appreciate both the summary and the spreadsheet. I thought good improvement from my perspective, at least.
And we'll welcome any other feedback that any of you have individually want to email to me or to Jana. We can incorporate those ideas as well.
Cool. I need to apologize. I misread my agenda and I actually skipped over a relatively short discussion that we were going to have about agency request legislation. So I want to take us back to that. And Sean, do you want to come back and we can have our discussion on the legislature.
I'm sure he appreciates you gave him that brief break for the budget discussion.
There you go. It was. I'm sorry. It was all design.
Well, I kind of figured it was. You're probably tired of hearing from me, so yeah. But I appreciated the break there. Yes. So our agency request legislation. I guess just as a preface to that, as the commission knows, we've worked on trying to leapfrog the two substantive policy issues between the rulemaking and the legislation by meeting, so you weren't having to address concerns and comments from both sides at one meeting. But as we get closer to session and get closer to the next election cycle, it was inevitable, I think, that those were going to crash into each other. So this meeting, we've had substantive comments and substantive questions for you to review and consider on both fronts. So I guess I wanted to apologize for that, but there was some inevitability, I think, of seeing those two ships crashing into each other at some point. So with that, just as a preface, you've heard and you've received a number of comments on the legislation, and this is on top of the comments and considerations that were prepared for our meeting back in October, when we had the initial draft out for comment and consideration. And so what you're seeing now, as far as the changes to that draft, incorporate the concerns that were raised, the suggestions and the discussion that we had back in October. The new round of comments and input that we received have not been considered or included in these changes. For one, because of the timing of when we received them, that it just didn't give an opportunity for staff to really make some substantive changes, and then also just to kind of keep you paced on what's under consideration at first. So what I'd like to do is just go over the changes that were made from October, and then maybe after we go through that, we can discuss the newer issues, and really those mainly concern the grassroots lobbying, and then there was a comment on the expenditure reporting timeline.
And Sean, before you go through those, maybe I'll just take a minute to talk big picture and suggest an approach for the commission's consideration, and similar to what we've done in past years, which is to get what we think is a solid version of our agency request legislation, and then deputize, so to speak, a commissioner or two to carry things forward through the legislative session, because that can move fast, as we all know, and it doesn't necessarily comport with having the schedule of public meetings of the commission as a whole. So suggest that might be an approach you all want to take. I know Commissioner Jarrett and Commissioner Hayward have been working with Sean and myself and Kim to have some of these legislative discussions, so they might be the natural fit, but I'll leave that to your thought. But I do want to say I'm very appreciative of all the public comments that we received, both today and generally and in writing. This agency is particularly responsive and welcoming of those. And I think we can work in concert through the legislative process on addressing some of these concerns without having to miss the opportunity for a pre-filing of agency request legislation. So I suggest we take that into account, that don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and get a decent draft in there with the understanding that we want to work to incorporate the many good ideas that we've heard. And I'll just touch on two briefly before handing it back over to Sean. One was the schedule of reporting of grassroots lobbying. And I personally don't think we need to be wedded to a specific timeline. I think the most important parts are the concept of sponsor ID for this kind of grassroots lobbying, and a quick registration, that initial report. I think does the lion's share of the public disclosure and transparency, knowing who's behind something that arrives in your mailbox today and not having to wait a month. A lot of this discussion originated from what the press was calling a mystery mailer about the estate tax, and nobody knew where that came from or who was behind it, and that for perfectly legal reasons. They weren't required to, and I think we collectively, as a state, learned a lesson there that quicker reporting greatly aids transparency in this type of grassroots lobbying, and that's what we're aiming for. And so I think the concerns about the frequency of reporting are I'm glad they've been raised, and we can figure out what that schedule might look like. But I think that quick reporting, again, it's teed to when a campaign is first presented to the public. So if you're planning a campaign and you're getting your mailer ready or planning what your digital ads are going to look like, you can be preparing your reporting at that same time. It's just that when you present it, you'd need to report. So I just wanted to present those ideas on that front. And then Mr. Edwards and others have expressed thoughts about the pre-election reporting. And Mr. Edwards had the idea that, well, maybe the one that's 1 month out is superfluous when ballots haven't gone out yet. I think part of our thinking there was we've got to, so that it's not confusing to campaigns or to the public, that there's a regular schedule of monthly reports that then turn into weekly reports in that month before the election. So you'd be dropping the monthly report, waiting a week, and then going into the weekly reports, which I'm not opposed to on principle. I think there's some merit to that idea, but does it get confusing that, yes, you're doing monthly reports, but then you can skip one monthly report and then you got to start doing weekly reporting? I think there's a danger that could end up being more confusing than not, but I'm glad it was raised. It's a valid idea. And I will stop at that with those sort of general thoughts and hand it back over to Sean.
Thank you, Peter. So I'll just briefly go over. You see that I provided a summary of the changes that we've added to the initial proposal, and just briefly summarizing those. The first is, you'll recall that we were offering to change the last minute contribution or the large contribution reporting requirement that currently says if it's $1,000 or over, received within 21 days of an election, that it needs to be reported within 24 hours. And we were trying to, in some ways, the larger scope and purpose of this bill was to redefine the reporting schedule around the vote by mail regime that we have now, and then more narrowly to address a particular concern that had been brought to our attention about a potential loophole that's or an available loophole, I guess, that sometimes is used, where a large contribution is received just outside of that reporting window, and then there's, based on the calendar and the weekly reporting of regular contributions, that can be reported, well after a week of when it's received, and so that raised some concern. So our original proposal was to make it a deposit deadline, because, of course, when you receive something, there's a period when the campaign can return it. If it's, let's say, an invalid or illegal contribution, they'd have a chance to process that and determine that and return it to the contributor. Or if it's just something they don't want from a particular source, they can return it. So the receipt date was always a little bit fuzzy in that regard, because it's not a final acceptance of the contribution. So we thought to make it a deposit date, but then expedite that deposit to 2 days from the general 5-day window. And commissioners will recall that we heard substantial feedback from professional treasurers explaining how a 2-day deposit window might not really be a viable option, because if a campaign receives a contribution, it's difficult for them to get it to a treasurer, especially if the treasurer is not in the same office or in the same location as the campaign, to actually receive something or to be sent something in order to deposit it. And so we heard that and thought, okay, well, maybe that was a bit ambitious to propose. And also maybe the whole point is served by just moving back the period for when the last minute contributions are required to be reported. So the one of the other recommendations was to move that period back to the beginning of the first full month before the election. So you have over 30 days of when that applies. So even if you have this potential, I'm going to send it or have it received by day 31, and so it doesn't have to be reported within 24 hours. Well, you're still going to be caught up on the weekly contribution reporting cycle, so that anything outside of that extended period is still going to be reported well within 21 days before the election, or even the 18-day period from when the ballots are mailed out and people can start voting. So we think that serves the purpose of closing the loophole while at the same time addressing the concerns of the treasurers about the ability of making a deposit within 2 days. And of course, something that wasn't changed was also raising the threshold of what is required to be reported to contributions over $2,000, which would then exceed any applicable contribution limit. So it would really only be receipts of contributions where there isn't a limit that's applied for a permissible contribution from a source that aren't subject to the contribution limits. We also, you recall, had discussion about the expenditure reports, the C4 reporting, where we've suggested it goes to weekly reporting, and Peter's mentioned this, and you heard testimony earlier today about the weekly reporting. But the change that we've made in the bill, and we recommended from the October meeting, was that if we require the reporting of the expenditures on a Wednesday to report through the immediately preceding Monday, that gives treasurers essentially about 48-hour window to prepare those reports. And so there had been concern about maintaining that very tight window that exists now, while expanding the number of reports that are filed. That would be very onerous on treasurers and campaigns to compile and itemize all their expenses for a report when the turnaround is 24 hours. So extending it to 48 hours is we understood from the conversations and the comments received that accommodated at least a number of the treasurer's concerns. It sounds like we've had a new concern raised, and we had heard this too about the frequency of the reporting. But I think generally we would stand by the weekly reporting as the commission had considered. You had that under consideration back in October. So unless your thoughts have changed on it, I don't think our thoughts have changed. The current reporting schedule requires 21 and 7 days before the election. The original intent of that law was to have disclosure before the election of the election day, which was set on a particular day. And so now that we have voting within the period of disclosure, it makes sense, and to serve the initial purpose of the law, that we extend the reporting period out before the voting begins, just as it was originally intended in the original law. I'm not unmindful of concerns about the weekly reporting, but again, I'll I'll leave that to the commission to decide what can be done. Of course, we can change it. There's no, it's not. It could be changed to biweekly. There could be another schedule applied, but we had discussed this in October, and if you want to revisit that, that's up to you, and we'd be happy to listen and follow your suggestions. That gets us to grassroots lobbying, and of course we've heard a lot about that in the past week or so, and beforehand as well. Frankly, there wasn't enough time to, I think, fully consider and come up with a full response to the concerns raised. Of course, we're mindful of them and appreciate that they were raised. And in some regards, as you heard from a testimony this morning, these are groups that haven't normally participated in the PDC, and so we want to be mindful of that we're dealing with folks that might not be as fully aware of the agency, of the regulation that we have, and we'd want to continue discussions with those groups on two fronts. And one is to make sure everybody's mindful of what the law currently requires. And grassroots lobbying, to be very clear, is something that was part of the original initiative. It's an important part of the reporting regime and the disclosure regime that was contemplated at the time. It's a part of the law that's been vetted by the courts and uniformly upheld as being constitutional as well as within the purpose. And so pulling out, that kind of reporting would really create a big hole in the level of disclosure and the transparency that the whole disclosure regime was originally constructed around. I think that, and I don't want to characterize too much of the comments that were received. Definitely, they're reasonable, legitimate, and we take them. We definitely appreciate where these groups are coming from, but I do suspect that some of the concerns that are being raised are more of on a global sense, or something that is attributable to the current law, and not necessarily the changes that we are proposing here. And that brings up the second point of what I think further discussions will help to resolve, is that the intent of the changes that we proposed, that the commission had adopted, and I think follows through on where the original legislation that was introduced by Representative Polet at the end of last session was targeted at, was, as Peter pointed out, the timely disclosure of these campaigns, so that the public has seen them at the time when it's relevant. Seeing the disclosure of this after session, after the campaign has already took place and the consequences of those campaigns have already been concluded, doesn't really seem to serve the public's interest, and we saw that with the campaign that had received a considerable public attention during last session. The time when this is relevant is when it's happening, when the legislature's in session, and so the expedited reporting of a campaign seems to be an important improvement on the grassroots lobbying requirements. The second intent is the sponsor identification on the advertising itself. And again, when the public receives something, they want to know who's doing the speaking, who's soliciting their support for or against an issue in this case. And where we've grafted the requirements in this proposal come from the existing requirements for political advertising. And in some ways, these are analogous situations where there's an appeal going out to the public, either directly to advocate for or against an election, or to advocate for or against a legislative proposal. That, you know, when those communications go out, that there should be an identification of who's doing the speaking, who's doing the soliciting. And so we tried to use the existing format for political advertising as a means of getting that sponsor identification to the public. One thing that we added in the version that you see here is a clarification of what level of contributions have to be reported. And again, looking to our existing law in regards to electioneering communications and what is required to be reported for the funding sources of that, we saw an important exception that we think should apply as well as in the grassroots lobbying context, that where an organization is using its general treasury funding, that doesn't mean that, you know, we can probe into that and pull out who their, you know, the general source of that income is coming from or who their donors are, with the important exception that if there's a special solicitation of support for the campaign, or if there's an additional funding source that's used, that can't just be swept up and reported as within the general treasury. And that's a long-standing standard that's used in the reporting of political advertising and electioneering communication specifically. So we thought that was an appropriate limitation and also an appropriate clarification so that organizations looking at this for the first time aren't thinking that, oh my gosh, now we have to reveal like all our donors just because we pulled some money out of our general treasury for this. So that was a change we made that wasn't in response to the recent comments that were received, but we thought it was an important clarification. And then the other one that we had made previously was to amend the threshold for when a registration and reporting requirements are initiated. The current law says that it's if you spend $500 within a month or $1,000 within any 3-month period, that's what triggers it. We believe that could be prove to be a difficult standard to apply. It could also create some room for a loophole if an organization were to spend, $200 a month through a 6-month period. Technically, they might, never reach a threshold of having to report. And so we just thought that having any temporal period on when the spending occurs is not as important as making the reporting due when the particular communication is first presented to the public. Again, trying to look at, by analogy, how we have reporting requirements for political advertising, electioneering communications. They didn't have that temporal period as far as when the spending comes. We just think as an accumulation of whenever it's spent over whatever time, when it's finally presented to the public, how much did that cost is more relevant. And to that end, there is a reasonable question as to whether $500 is the right threshold. I think our conservative approach was to keep the monetary number that's part of the current law and just take out the temporal piece of it. But that might be something that's open for further discussion about whether 500 is the right threshold, or if that needs to be raised, or I guess arguably lowered based on how things operate. I mean, we've kind of looked anecdotally at some reporting and seen that this type of activity can be, easily be worth $15,000, $20,000 just for a mailing campaign. But of course, if you're using other media, it all is relative. So that's a fairly negotiable term, I would say, but something. I just wanted to give you the reason why we left it at 500. Before, if there's any questions on that, and I'd be happy to go back to that or leave it to you all to discuss. But I just wanted to say the last issue of note in the new draft is to amend the emergency clause that we have at the end of the bill. Originally, we had proposed that the entire bill become effective by June 1st, and that tracks with the sort of the official beginning of the election cycle for the coming year, and we want to make sure that the laws are consistently applied and in place, throughout the entire election season. On further reflection, and I guess on some feedback we received about the legislature's somewhat reluctance of using emergency clauses, understandably so. We thought, well, maybe this is best to make the uniform application of the law after this election cycle. And that would give us enough time to do the necessary rulemaking that would apply to these changes. And the only thing that we would pull out and we would want to have effective by the June 1st deadline would be the commercial advertiser provision, where we're suggesting that there is requires the sponsor identification to the commercial advertiser. And the reason for having that, of course, is because we're engaged in the rulemaking now and anticipating the approval of those rules. Not that there would be contingent on the change in law, but the change in law would really merge those two policies together. And I think it legitimately falls within the scope of an emergency justification, given that, number one, we are excluded from doing rulemaking during the election cycle, but also that it's not the best thing to have a law change that becomes effective during the legislative cycle. I won't say that we haven't had to do that in the past. It's not impossible, but I think that campaigns in particular and the public isn't really served by seeing new standards applied, in the middle of an election campaign. So those are the highlights of the changes. Again, I'd be happy to discuss any of the comments that were received. I guess I'll just end by following up on what Peter said. We would recommend, while we appreciate the comments that are received and would acknowledge that there still may need to be work done on the grassroots lobbying in the context of what I presented, where I think some further understanding may be required with more discussion, but where there may be some more work that needs to be done with that can be done and can be accomplished in the legislative process. But if we are going to move forward with this bill, we would strongly recommend that there is approval from the commission to have this pre-filed as essentially as soon as possible. We'd have to run the version through the code reviser and make sure we have the sponsors, give it to the potential sponsors, and then it's really up to them to file it. But that would be done. We would see that as a need to be done sooner than later. This is a short session. The sooner you get your bill in, the sooner that it can be slotted for a committee hearing and kind of get on that path. If you're too late, you can run the risk of missing that train. Of course, once it is introduced, the jurisdiction switches to the legislature, and so the commission's no longer in control of any changes. In our experience, when agency request legislation goes through, the sponsors are generally deferential to what the agency wants to do. So we would still consider having a very integral role to play in the development of the legislation, and therefore would see the opportunity of meeting with stakeholders still a very relevant, profitable, and exercise. But we would be working through the sponsor at that point. So that's just another consideration. There is an option that you could pull the grassroots lobbying section out, as Mr. Glazen had suggested. There is a vehicle to move that policy as it currently stands. Representative Pollett's bill will be reintroduced in this coming legislative session, so it will be there. And it's something that the commission could endorse and continue to pursue outside the scope of this legislation. But I guess I'll just remind the commission that you know, the initial decision was to keep it in, and when you start taking sections out and introducing bills separately or following policy separately, there is a necessary implication that there's a prioritization of policy at that point, and you know, something becomes more vulnerable if it's not kept in the whole. On the other hand, you know, it can be a weight on the policy if it remains in the bill. So those are all considerations. I don't need to belabor that. I think you all understand, but I do want to point out that those are options for you to consider at this point. But we do recommend going forward with pre-filing. If there are changes that need to be made, as Peter suggested, I think one way of doing it is to delegate a member of your group to kind of help guide staff on what changes are desirable to make it into the draft.
No.
Let me bring it back to the commission and ask the question of, I guess, breaking this into like three parts. One part being the grassroots lobbying, and the second part being everything else in the bill. Is there any concern outside of the grassroots lobbying where we would want to or make any changes to what the draft is? We've been talking about it for some time now. I'm not seeing any interest in that. In the grassroots lobbying, is there any interest in making modifications to the draft bill, or is there a preference to working with the legislature to maybe evolve what those requirements are?
I will say that the speedometer moved for me when I listened to and read the public comments from the various groups today who represent the small nonprofits who often don't even have paid staff. And I think, anyway, I'm not opposed to moving the legislation forward as it's currently drafted, but I think there may be some real work to be done during the session to take into consideration what I felt were very genuine comments today by that group and folks representing them.
Yeah, it's very, very concerning that so many of those groups took the time to weigh in on this today, and the fact that they feel the burdens of weekly reporting, the burdens upon them, are such that they are not offset by public benefits. That is significant. I'm curious, Sean, what Representative Pollett's bill does in that same area.
Well, it's essentially the same thing. I mean, we use that bill as the starting point, and so the changes that we've proposed in this version are really just changes to his initial bill. So I think in the big picture, I think those what was in Representative Pollitt's bill would the concerns would be raised for that version as well as what we proposed. I do want to make one point pretty clear about this, because those groups are requesting that we not move forward with the legislation. And again, I think we need to get a better understanding from them if their concerns are addressed to the current law. It really mitigates in favor of moving forward with this provision, because if they want to still be subject, if they have problems with the current law, then that's not going to be addressed in this. If this section is left out of the bill, and I understand we don't necessarily have agreement on whether their concerns are specifically with the changes or with the current law. But I think those discussions need to happen, because if this issue goes away and then we find during session that there's activity that needs to be reported, but these groups might not have thought they had this reporting requirement, or they're still concerned about that, then we're stuck with that. So the
concern that I have is that we designed this bill with a particular target in mind, of an organization that comes together in much the way that the one that happened last year or the year before did. And what we're hearing now is from an entirely different group of folks. And so I'm suspicious that there probably is some targeting that we can do that modifies the bill. My bias is to go forward with the draft that we have and to work with the stakeholders and Sean to try to come up with a better way to handle it and not try to change the existing law. But trust the legislative process. Other comments?
There's a raised hand from Mr. Glazen.
I was going to ask if we wanted to, if the commission was pleasure to listen to hear him.
My pleasure.
Hearing no objection, Dmitry.
Thank you. I will be brief. I don't know, and thank you very much for letting me speak. I don't know how to be clearer that the issue we have is, I'm sorry, can people hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right. The issue we have is the proposed change in the law, not the current law. And it may be the PDC staff is not aware, because they're not aware of things that are not being reported, of how it actually works right now. All these groups do is file L2s on a monthly basis, and all those L2s report the aggregate amount of money those groups have spent. So the first thing this proposed law does is it wipes out that structure. You can no longer report grassroots lobbying on an L2. You have to report it on an L6. And that's what triggers this massive amount of reporting obligations, both the frequency of the reporting, but nobody has to normally report the amount of money they are spending on their staff and the names and identity of all of their staff and the number of hours that their staff spend and the value of volunteer time spent. So there's a massive administrative burden being imposed on nonprofits, and that is not the status quo. And I just have to say, secondly, that I feel like it would send a very bad message to the 107 organizations that have reached out to the PDC, to have the PDC say, that's great, we're really glad you contributed your thoughts, but we're going to pass the buck to the legislature as if you had not raised those concerns at all. Obviously, we all know that we can engage in direct lobbying and grassroots lobbying of the legislature in the coming session to try to stop this disastrous change in the law. But the whole point of this process is to be able to talk to the PDC and say, before you propose this as an agency request to the legislature, we want you to hear what we are saying. And I'm just concerned about the message that is sent, is if you all respectfully and thoughtfully say, thank you for that input, and now we're going to do exactly what we were going to do before. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Dmitry. We have one more hand. Are we interested in and I don't know who it is because it doesn't say on my.
Oh, sorry to pipe in.
Oh, it's Connor. Okay. Go ahead, Connor.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment and send in quick response to what Director Lavallee said. And I sent an email just a few minutes ago. I don't think anyone's had a chance to read. But, you know, the whole idea that we're going to be confused by 3 as opposed to 4 pre-election C4 reporting, I just don't think that's the case at all. And I sent an email that it's roughly equivalent to a homeowners association telling all of its members that they should mow their lawn in the winter when there's no reason for it, so that they just don't get confused and thrown off. I mean, I think it's appropriate to have some expedited reporting or some change in the reporting schedule to reflect the mail-in system, but 4 is excessive, and it's silly to require us to do an expedited report when people don't have their ballots in hand yet. That's all I wanted to say, and I hope you guys will consider some changes.
Well, you know, requirement to mow your lawn in the winter is a consequence of climate change. So,
point taken.
At the risk of extending everything here, let me just add that Mr. Edwards artfully eluded or artfully glossed over the Oregon requirements, which, as I think he must know, are that transactions for 42 days before an election, transactions have to be reported within 7 days. So that's a week or less in Oregon.
Right, and it's slightly different because it is not a fixed calendar-based system. It is by the transaction. But yeah, I just looked at the Oregon laws last night, so I don't think it is a complete apples to apples thing. But yes, and I think they are the one state that does mail-in voting that has that, and I think we should think long and hard before we switch to that system. And I won't extend it any further than that. But again, this is really burdensome for us. And it's going to really hurt us if this goes through. So I hope you'll consider taking it out or just going to 3 as opposed to 4. But I won't further it any more than that. Thanks for letting me pipe in.
Thank you, Connor. Bring it back to the commission. What is the commission's pleasure?
Well, I would favor going forward. It is important to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and we do need to get the bill into the system.
Hearing no other objection, that will be the approach that we take. I would ask Sean to spend some time trying to think of how we would modify the grassroots lobbying so we have something in hand to be able to work with the legislature and the stakeholders with. The other question that we have, the third part, is there an objection to having Alan and I be the leads in dealing with the legislature through the session?
Well, I mean, that's fine, but I would just like to make sure that we have as much teeth and investment in following through on these concerns, and you know, to some extent watering down the impression that we're advocating for this weekly reporting at this stage. We are interested in trying to find some way to ameliorate that of what we're told is an onerous condition on these groups, and it's only the pressure of the calendar that's forcing us to do something now that is not what we hope to be the final product here.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon for agency request legislation to come in and on the opening hearing, that not the bill you even hear the testimony on, because there's a substitute pending with the agency's blessing.
And I'll just want to be clear too that we've had conversations up till this point. Once those concerns were raised, and we've met with representatives of the group that at least to some degree, the group that Dmitry is representing today. And through those conversations, I've said throughout that we'd be willing to continue to work with them. Part of that work, I think, would mean working to a solution. Hearing concerns is the first step, and that's very important. Working to alternatives and solutions, I just don't think we've had the time to consider that. So I hope that the Commission's decision today, if that's what you ultimately decide, isn't perceived by these organizations as being dismissive of their concerns. It's really being taking those concerns into account and moving forward with those concerns.
I think we have a decision on this, and we will move forward. I want to recognize Peter.
Mr. Chairman, you actually haven't taken a vote. Do you need to take a vote to instruct them to pre-file the bill?
Well, let's do that. That's a good catch. Do I have a motion?
I move that we tell the staff to go forward with pre-filing this legislation as drafted.
And is there an interest in adding to that we are looking at modifications to the grassroots lobbying portion?
That's fine too.
Okay, so a two-part motion, is there a second?
With that second part of the motion being added in, I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, and we have direction. I want to recognize Peter. He has an introduction that he was going to make under the management reports, but we're going to break for our executive session before we get to the management reports, but I do want to have the introduction.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We have a handful of introductions, but we will make them brief, as important as each one is, and I'm going to turn it over to our individual managers to introduce new members of their team, which we always love to be able to introduce folks to the commissioners. So maybe I'll start with James to introduce a new member of his team.
Sure. Yeah, so I mentioned a few months back, actually, it's been a little while. We were fortunate to hire Tin Lee, who came to us from the Employment Security Department. And I just see Tin popped on camera now. Tin has been an amazing asset to the agency. He has picked up things really super fast, and I've been lucky enough to get to work kind of one-on-one with Tin over the last couple of days, and mentioned to him yesterday or the day before just how impressed I am at how quickly he's learned all of our systems and understanding PDC data and what we do and how it all fits together. And so with that, Tin, if you can take a minute and say hi and anything else you might want to add.
Yeah, sure. Thank you guys for having me here. It's really great to be at the PDC, and I've learned so much already. It's really great. Thank you.
Welcome. I think you're joining a great team, and it sounds like you're going to be a great addition to it.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, and welcome again, Tin. And Kim, did you want to introduce changes in your team?
Sure. I've mentioned them previously, and we don't have a new staff member, but we have a staff member who has changed teams, and Jordan Campbell, I think, is on the line, and there's Jordan. And I think I've mentioned previously, Jordan joined the compliance coordinator team earlier this fall from customer service and has hit the ground running. We were so lucky to be able to promote from within. He comes to us with just a good understanding of our systems and some of the reporting requirements, and has there's been to date very little training that's had to be done, but we're so happy to have him. He's given some great relief to Tabitha Blacksmith and Tabitha Townsend, who have been handling much of the very aggressive schedule of group enforcement that we've launched this year. And so he is a big help. Jordan, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, just that I'm really pleased to be part of the compliance team now. I look forward to being more, around you guys to a certain extent. more interaction.
Yes, you will see Jordan come before you next month, we believe. He's jumping right in, and hopefully we'll be able to bring a reconsideration request to you next month.
Well, it'd be great to see you. I'm not sure that I'm looking forward to more reconsideration requests. So,
sorry.
So welcome. You're joining, as I said earlier, you two are joining a great team that's doing some really fine work.
Well, we're thrilled to have Jordan accept this position, and thankfully for him, we couldn't find another Tabitha, so he was our next best choice. But no, seriously, congratulations, Jordan, on that.
Well, I thought we were going to change his name. Isn't that something that we do?
We're
open to
working
it.
On that.
I mean,
but
give me the papers, I'll sign them.
And Chip has a couple of announcements as well, and that will round out our announcements and let you get to executive session.
Well, good morning, commissioners and staff people. We have a lot of changes in the filer assistance and customer service team that have recently happened. The first change would be that Colin Peoples, who has been in customer service since mid-2018, was selected to be promoted into the filer assistance team, and we are very happy to have him. His training is ongoing, and he is picking things up very quickly. So, Colin, I don't know if you have anything you want to say.
Yeah, just I'm super thankful to have landed landed at the PDC. I started state service later in life, and this was a really great place to land. It's been fun to grow. As you can see, Peter's been very influential with my hair growth over the last year and a half, and I mean, I couldn't have done it without him. Other than that, I'm just happy to be here. This is a really great place, and I'm thankful to be able to work at the PDC. It's an easy mission to get behind and to believe in, and it's really wonderful. I'm happy to go to work every day.
I thank Colin for introducing me to his barber in Olympia, and we're both working on starting our rock band.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So
Colin.
welcome, Colin. Great. I think we agree with you that it's a great place, and it's good to have you.
It really is. Thank you guys so much.
The next person I'd like to introduce is Ashley Carlson. She joined our customer service team. I'm not sure whether or not she took Jordan's place or Colin's place, but we're quite happy to have her. I would like the commission to just briefly know that when I posted for those positions, I had 31 applicants. So the field was pretty large. We winnowed that down, and Ashley comes to us with great reviews from South Puget Sound Community College. When I talked to them, they were very disappointed that they weren't able to keep her there with enough hours. So she comes highly recommended, and I'll turn it over to Ashley if you'd like to say a few words.
Good morning, commissioners. I'll keep it brief. I just want to say, thank you for your time, and I'm really excited to be a part of the PDC team. I've been loving my time already, so I'm looking forward to the future. Thank you.
Well, welcome, and as I've said before, we have a great team, and it's great to have you becoming a part of it. I would say I'm surprised that number of applications in other venues that I'm involved in. We would lust after that list of people who are seeking employment with us.
Yeah,
It speaks well to the agency and the team.
definitely. Definitely. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. The last introduction I'd like to make is Carla Wallace. She has also joined our customer service team, and she as well comes highly recommended from Department of Licensing, which I've got to assume coming to the PDC is going to be significantly easier for her than Department of Licensing was. But Carla, once again, comes highly recommended, and she's taken to this like a duck to water. And go ahead, Carla, if you have any comments you'd like to make.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you so much for this opportunity to work for the PDC. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to this new career advancement.
Cool. Well, welcome, Carla, and bring all those good things that you learned at the Department of Licensing over here. I watched them over the years, and they've done some really good work.
I will. Thank you so much, commissioners.
Thanks, Carla.
And
that's all I have.
I believe that's our introductions for the day, and I appreciate everybody saying a few words and the commission's time in recognizing them.
And Carla, go Cougs.
Thank you.
I am going to suggest that we recess for about 5 minutes and then reconvene in executive session. And we will put off the rest of our morning agenda until after the reconsiderations that we have to pick up starting at 1 o'clock. Okay. So thank you all, and we will see you in about an hour.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. For those that are going to stay on, if you'll just mute and turn off your camera, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock when the commission comes out of exec session. Commissioner, you're live.
All right. Welcome back to the December 2nd Public Disclosure Commission meeting. We are reconvening after executive session. And the first item on our agenda is enforcement requests for reconsideration. And Tabitha Blacksmith is going to lead us through that.
And Chair Jarrett, Tabitha Blacksmith is actually out and I will be filling in. This is Tabitha Townsend. If you want to swear me in.
I do want to do that. Hold on, get the right packet up here. In accordance with court rules and Washington's laws against perjury, do you, Tabitha Townsend, swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving today is the truth?
I do.
Cool. Proceed.
Okay, so these three that we will be hearing today are all reconsiderations and therefore have that two-part where you decide if you want to reconsider and then would make the motion for any adjustments. All three, I believe, are participating. So I'll just go in the order that they're on the agenda. First up would be Rachel Algier. Are you on the line, Rachel? It's *6 to unmute yourself, and then Chair Jarrett would swear you in.
Yes, Rachel's here.
All right. In accordance with the court rules and Washington's laws against perjury, do you, Rachel Algier, swear that or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving today is the truth?
Yes.
Perfect. Tabitha?
Okay, so the matter before us is PDC case 93925 with Rachel Algier's request for reconsideration. During a brief enforcement hearing held on July 15th, 2021, Rachel Algier was found to have violated RCW 4217A-700 for failure to timely file a personal financial affairs statement, F1 report, that was due no later than April 15th, 2021. At the July BAP, an order imposing a $250 penalty with $150 suspended was entered, which Rachel now requests that the commission reconsider. The F1 report has been filed as of October 29th, 2021. There are no prior violations. The request for reconsideration came in October 18th with some supplemental information on October 25th, which should have been included in your packets. The respondent submitted written material to the staff appealing the August 12th order based upon the fact that the respondent resigned her position and no longer had access to the email address used to notify her regarding the F1 report and the July 15th hearing. We subsequently have obtained her personal email address and have provided documentation to her through that email and had communications with her with the personal email. I'm available for any questions.
Questions for Tabitha? Hearing none. Ms. Algier, would you like to make some comments for us?
Yeah, no, I think she did a great job summing everything up. I left the state legislature in September of 2020 to go work for the federal government and did not receive any notification to any personal email as it went to my state legislative email. So the first notification I got was via mail in September, and I've since then filled out the F1. And yes, that's all.
Thank you. Questions for Rachel?
What are you doing with the federales?
Yeah, I work for Congress doing federal grants and community outreach.
Are you in Washington still or back in DC?
Washington State. I work in a district office.
Okay, good, good. Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
What is the commission's pleasure with regard to Ms. Alger's request?
I would move that we reconsider. A follow-up motion will be that we strike the penalty, but right now I just move that we reconsider.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we reconsider Ms. Alger's request. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Bill, another motion.
Follow-up motion will simply be that we strike the penalty provision.
I'll second.
There is a motion and a second. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of striking the penalty signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, and good luck getting lots of grants into Washington State.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
Okay. The next matter is Jennifer Morton. If Jennifer's on the line, could you unmute yourself to be sworn in? It's *6. We can come back. Oh, there we go. Oh.
Ms. Morton?
Yes.
In accordance with court rules and Washington's laws against perjury, do you, Jennifer Morton, swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving today is the truth?
I do.
Perfect. Tabitha.
Okay, this is PDC case 94068 regarding Jennifer Morton's request for reconsideration. Also heard at the July 15th BAP, Ms. Morton was found to have violated RCW 4217A 700 for failure to timely file the F1 report that was due no later than April 15th, 2021. The order imposed a penalty of $250 with $150 suspended. There's no prior violations, and there is a change to the memo. Ms. Morton has filed her F1 as of November 18th. And this particular case, Ms. Morton was deployed during the time period when the F1 report would have been due. It appears that we could have processed this under Service Member Civil Relief Act. She has chosen to come before you with the reconsideration process. Her deployment was from the January 1st through, and bear with me because this is not my case, so I'm trying to find the date here. Through September of 2021. So all the way through even the hearing. Her mail was being collected, but she was unaware of the proceedings. So the rest of the information is there in the memo. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for Tabitha? Hearing none. Ms. Morton, would you like to add anything?
What Tabitha said is correct. And yeah, it was a year of deployment, and I was unaware, except for when I got that letter and I opened it up. And after talking to Tabitha, she really encouraged me to participate in this proceeding. And here I am. And I just appreciate you guys looking over this and yeah, taking the time to do it.
I'll bring it back to the commission. What is the pleasure?
I would move for reconsideration.
I have a motion there a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Do I have another motion?
I would move that we suspend the penalty.
I will second that. Early on in my career, many, many decades ago, I made the mistake of neglecting to attach a Soldiers and Sailors Relief Act declaration to a default judgment that I was taking. And I have paid a lot of attention to it ever since. And thank you so much for bringing this to our attention.
I just make a friendly amendment to the motion. Suspend is sort of a term of art for a suspended penalty. So I think striking or vacating probably be more.
Okay. Accepted.
So the motion is to vacate the penalty. All in favor signify by aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Ms. Morton, and thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
Tabitha.
All right, so the third and final would be Fred Helms. And I believe he's also on the line. It's *6 to unmute yourself.
Are you there, Mr. Helms?
Commissioner, I do have someone there that's dialed in. If that is Mr. Helms and you're having problems unmuting, you're more than welcome to hang up and dial back in. I unfortunately can't unmute you. You'll have to hit *6 to unmute.
And Mr. Helms had not indicated that he was going to participate. Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
It looks like you're on.
I'm here.
Mr. Helms.
Yes.
So in accordance with court rules and Washington state's laws against perjury, do you, Fred Helms, swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving today is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Tabitha.
Okay, this is PDC case 94047 regarding Fred Helms Reconsideration Request. Again, heard at the July 15th, 2021 brief enforcement hearing. Mr. Helms was found in violation of RCW 4217A-700 for failure to timely file the F1 report that was due no later than April 15th, 2021. At this hearing, the order was entered with a penalty of $500 with $250 suspended. It appears that there was one prior violation and hence the higher base penalty. The F1 report was filed for the 2020 activity on October 8th, 2021. On October 26th, the respondent submitted written material appealing the August 12th order. The appeal request is based upon the facts that the respondent timely submitted a paper F1 report by mail that was later returned. As you know, we no longer accept the paper without the approved exemption. And also there was significant health issues preventing him from filing online without assistance that frustrated the timely filing and the compliance. I'm available if you have any questions.
Questions for Tabitha? Hearing none. Mr. Helms, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, I did send in the paperwork and they sent it back, and I tried to do it online. I do have those stencil trimmers, and so I'm getting off the board I'm off the board now because of that. And I I took for granted. After that, I tried to do it online. I didn't get to, so I sent email, and I just figured it was done. So then I went on my other email that's on the board, and I didn't know nothing about this until I got a fine of $500.
Questions for Mr. Helms?
Is your daughter with you today?
Yes.
Okay, good. And she's promised to help you get that last report filed for this calendar year, 2021, right?
Yes.
All right. And so you can do that online with her assistance. Good.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Further discussion? What is the commission's pleasure?
I'll move that we reconsider.
Have a motion to reconsider. Is there a second? And a second. All those in favor signify by aye. Aye.
Aye.
Do we have, the motion passes. Is there a second motion?
I would move that we thank Mr. Helms for his service, and as he heads into real retirement at this point at age 81, as I understand it, and that in recognition of his service and his good efforts to get this filing done and promises to get next year's filing done as well with his daughter's assistance, I would move that we simply vacate the penalty that was imposed.
Yes, I will. And I don't accept a bit of pay for what I do. Anyway, I figured volunteering. I enjoyed the school board and thank you guys very much.
Okay, we're almost.
So I have a motion. I don't have a second yet.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second.
All right.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The motion passes and the penalty is vacated. And I will echo Commissioner Downing's comments and say thanks for all of the good work that you've done. And welcome to full retirement. Well, I think Bill and I and Alan have sort of failed that.
I'm sorry this happened, but anyway, I have nothing to hide. I would have filled it out, but I thought it was done.
Good.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to our last reconsideration. And Tabitha.
It's postponed, I think, right?
It was postponed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That one got moved to January.
Oh, it's postponed?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The lawyer
Gilbert?
could be present. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, the agenda says the next item is to adjourn, but unfortunately we ran late this morning, so we have some other things to do. And the first one is back to item 7, which is the update of our strategic plan discussion. And Nancy, I think you're first with audits.
I am. Kurt Young and I had a brief email exchange yesterday, and I think his report will be relatively brief because he's been busy with other things these last few weeks. So, Kurt.
Thank you, Commissioner Islis, Kurt Young, Compliance Officer. And yeah, as expected around the election, we had an influx of new complaints that had to be processed, and we were still, processing the other complaints by resolution and other methods, up till and through the election, and continue to do that. And that was our priority. So the local audits that we had scheduled have been on hold. I anticipate getting back to looking at that next week and maybe getting some of those started as early as the following week. So I think we anticipate completing those by, I think we were talking about March 31st of 2022 or prior. So
it was really nice to see the annual report include the work that you did on the audits. I thought that was really nicely done.
Yeah, Debbie's been doing a great job on that with input from a lot of different staff members. So that's been going well too.
Okay, enforcement is Bill.
Well, Alice has been hard at work, and I think she's going to give us a brief visual aid today to give us a hint of what she's done so far and what's to come, I think, at likely the January meeting, I think. Alice?
I think you're muted, Alice.
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah, I do have a visual aid to share. I had to dismiss that I was being recorded first. So I'm getting a little feedback. Hold on just 1 second here. Is that better? Oh, there we go. So
Alice, we no longer see your slide.
There we go. So we went back to the original charter for this issue, and I wanted to show you what, in case you need a little review or wanted a little review, what the original charter was for the project. So as you can see on the screen, I'm not going to go through each one, but these were our goals and deliverables, and this is our success criteria. So as we've talked about over the last couple of months, we started collecting data on May 15th and collected data for all cases that were open May 15th to Election Day. In that time, we received 148 complaints and opened 137 cases. For the complaints, a complaint that didn't become a case, the average days those complaints were open was 7 days. And then we closed 108 of the 137 cases, and for the closed cases, the average days those were open were 43, which I hope you will see is quite an improvement from what we've seen over past years and months. So, however, we do still have some cases open, and those will be the cases that we will be taking a closer look at to see where we could make some efficiencies. And so we're going to be reviewing the whole processing effort for those efficiencies, identifying some best practices, getting together as a group, whether virtually or hopefully in person, and then incorporating some recommendations to improve our future map. And our goal is to present that information at the February Commission meeting.
That is so cool. I really like seeing the data and seeing the improvement.
I like seeing those numbers too. They're a lot better than the old ones as far as the speed with which things are resolved.
Well, I don't want you to be surprised. I mean, there are a number of, cases that are still open, and as you can tell, some of those cases were opened in May and have reached that 90-day deadline. And, we will look at those a lot closer. And as you may expect, those are some cases we've had some challenges in communicating with respondents or getting respondents to take the actions that are necessary to resolve the complaints. Yeah, so we'll be looking at ways we can improve that process.
It takes two sides to get things done quickly.
But getting it identified and measured gives you the ability to start to focus on where those problems are, rather than just treat everything as though it's all moving together.
As you can see, it was a real, I pulled a little screenshot of the Excel spreadsheet that we used, and you can see it was quite technical and complicated. Mm-hmm. We try to keep it simple.
Processes actually get complicated when you start to look at them, and then the challenge is to simplify them so that they can be improved.
Yeah, we tried to keep it simple. So because, working virtually, we were all inputting data into a spreadsheet from different places. And, we tried to make it as easy and as easy as possible so we can make sure we're all gathering the same data, because that's where, and sometimes, you can work on bad assumptions. We wanted to make sure we're working from the right beginning.
Yep. Absolutely.
Do you have any
Questions
other
for Alice?
questions?
If not, thank you. It's nice to see this work progressing.
And I wanted to throw out a go Cougs too. So I heard you say that this morning.
Okay, so next is campaign reporting, which is me. And so I'm going to pull up our great IT guru, James, and see what's happening in their process.
I don't actually see James on here.
Yeah, I don't actually either.
Maybe I will, if you want to leave this one to the end, I will try to find him.
Well, let's go to digital political advertising disclosure, since we have not spent enough time on that today.
Well, I've got more questions.
In which case, I will track down James so Kim does not have to, since this will be her subject.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have much to report other than we're proceeding with the rules, and I know Commissioner Hayward has asked some questions regarding targeting and how it, differs among different mediums, and I was going to offer him and maybe the entire commission to possibly get some resources and maybe even some experts together to talk with you at a future meeting, even beyond the rulemaking that we're in right now.
I would certainly support that. I think that would be a great little work session for the commission to spend some time on.
Great.
I appreciate it.
In a sense, it would be a follow-up of the discussions that we had in January of 2020 at the all-day session, where we brought people in from New York and DC and Chicago to talk about the topics.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to do an entirely separate meeting, but why don't you think through what the right way to do this is? And if we can do it in a meeting and spend an hour or two on it, that's great. If we need to do a longer work session, we could do that as well.
Okay.
It might be kind of fun, actually, to reach out to the people that were the presenters at that all-day session and say, okay, a couple of years have gone by. What trends have you seen? How are your priorities altering as you move forward?
What's new? Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Which is leading me to the notion that maybe we need a reprise of that whole session. Or not.
Let me touch base with those folks
Even
and
on
see where we
Teams,
go.
you can get the sense of what people's reaction to things are.
Let me touch base with those folks and we'll see where it leads.
See where it leads. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Thanks, Kim. Campaign reporting modernization. James, you're up.
Hi all. Sorry, I'm listening in the YouTube.
The clip you're throwing things off of.
Yeah, I was listening to the YouTube stream in one ear while working in the other ear, and I quietly heard Kim said my name, and I'm like, oh no, what's going on? And so apologies for having to wait for me. So on to campaign finance reporting. I'll be quick, don't have much to share this month. As I mentioned last month, we're getting the new website ready to go live with it. And that, like I said, has diverted some resources away from the campaign finance project. And that's actually what I was doing just a moment ago, working with Tin, who you all met, working through some of the changes that we need to do for the site. That said, we are still making progress on the campaign finance reporting side, and things are going slowly. This is always a slow time of the year because just too many holidays. I don't know who approves this stuff, but we should do something about it. but we're getting ready to do a fairly big release that replaces the report submission and reporting periods generation. And so the thing that you all have to look forward to is we'll be doing a demo at next month's commission meeting and kind of walk through a lot of ORCAs so you get kind of a good feel for the product and where we are with it and where we're going. So that way, when discussions come up, you all can feel a little bit more informed about where things are. So that's what we have to look forward to for next month. And the team's making good progress on getting to that milestone.
Questions for James? Thank you. That brings us to training program expansion. Alan.
Okay. Hi, thanks. Chip and I had a brief email exchange yesterday, and in the interest of time, I'll just turn it over to Chip.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Several things to report about the training expansion plan. As I previously reported to you last month, kudos to Debbie Cafazzo for helping do a voiceover for a couple of videos which are now live on the website. They appear on the open data tab of the website. One is called Using Open Data, and it's a basic approach to how to use the information on our website, as well as a follow-up video using roll-up and group by functions in order for the public or staff or whoever to be able to do a more detailed search. In addition to that, the November issue of the disclosure newsletter went out on time. And the only other thing that I would have, which is not really my responsibility, but kudos to Kim, Debbie, James, and anyone else that's been involved in the new website rollout. There is a link at our website at the top of the homepage where users can go in and start to familiarize themselves with the changes that we're making. And we've been getting a lot of helpful feedback on things. And so that's going well. I don't really have anything else. I'm open for any questions.
Questions for Chip?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. That brings us to Peter and the management team updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we have covered pretty much everything that I had hoped to, and in the interest of keeping the meeting succinct, I might just ask if you have any questions specifically for me.
Questions? Thank you for the time. Kim, there's a challenge for you.
Sorry, I won't be as kind to you. I just have a couple of things. First of all, Chip mentioned the website. We do also, in addition to inviting comment from the public, we have an electronic file where we're collecting comment from staff, and some of those comments have been very helpful in already getting changes to the new site. They're pointing out things that we're missing or things that we could do differently. And they, with a great deep knowledge of what exists on the current site, have been so helpful. We invite any commissioner comments if you have any. If you've had a chance to peruse the new site, we'd love to hear from you. If anything's not quite working how you think it should, or if you'd like to see more of something. The other thing I wanted to mention was the annual report draft, which you should have received with your materials in an updated distribution. Debbie should be on here, and I wanted her to join on camera because she really is the author of that report and guides it to the finish and works with our graphic artist to get it done. And it is a lot of work, and so she does a great job, and I wanted her to take credit for that. Did you say something, Debbie?
Just I'm getting feedback, so I'll just shut up.
So just to give you a reminder of the schedule on there, that is a draft, and then we go ahead and update after the December 10th campaign reports come in. We go ahead and run the numbers one more time on the campaign reporting data and make sure that we've got everyone in the right place and at the right numbers, and then we go ahead and go back to the graphic artist and get a final version. So that will be ready mid-December in a final form. That's all
I was blown away. I thought it was awesome.
Great.
Just awesome.
That's good to hear.
I thought the chair's comments were particularly articulate, I thought.
Gee, I forgot to read that part.
Any other questions? Okay. That brings us to James again, I think.
Well, I will be less kind than Peter, but hopefully more kind than Kim. How's that? But I think the only thing maybe I'll give you an update on is that with the transition of our computer support and some of the kind of core infrastructure over to being supported by WATEC, it changes our security program considerably. Because now, rather than having one security program to operate from where we're doing everything, they're responsible for a lot of stuff and accountable to us to do things in the right way. And this is actually a pretty new model to them as well. And so I just got done meeting with them a few days ago, and we came up with what I think is a pretty nice plan to cooperate with WATEC on basically developing a security program component that will serve as a template that they can use for all the small agencies that they're supporting, that then will become an addendum to our security program. So we'll still have here's the things we do ourselves, particularly those things that affect the products that we produce for the public. And then here's all the things that WATEC does for us. And here's the policies that they have in place and the standards and practices that apply to those. So we'll have kind of this 2-component security program. So I think we're off to a nice start in terms of developing a model that can be extended to the other small agencies. And I think they're pretty excited about it as well, because we have a considerable IT presence compared to many small agencies. And so they don't have a really good starting point to work from with those small agencies. And we're happy to have a copy of our security program to get started from. So we have meetings scheduled out in the future. And we hope to have that work done, completed, ready for an audit, and get an audit complete by the end of June. So that's pretty promising. Other than that, not a whole lot of exciting stuff going on. But if there's any questions, of course, I'm always happy to answer.
Questions for James? Thank you very much. And that brings us to Chip.
Good afternoon again, commissioners. I will try and be as brief as possible. Everyone in customer service and filer assistance is extremely happy that we survived another election. Things have started to slow down. We are basically right on top of any request for assistance through the Fresh Desk system, which, as you know, is the email system where people contact us. And so when I go in and look at tickets, I keep getting a screen that says there's no tickets in there. So they've been claimed and people are working on them. With the promotion of Jordan and Colin and the hiring of Carla and Ashley, there's a lot of training that's taking place in the customer service unit, and I want to give my thanks to both Colin and Tammy Walker, who are helping do the training. They put out a lot of effort for that, as well as since Colin has been promoted to the filer assistance team, Scott, Liddell, and Jenny have been hitting that full speed. Connor's Colin's taking to things, and so that's really good. We continue with the online training, and also I'd like to thank Tony Lintz for covering phones because we have been somewhat shorthanded, as well as Debbie. I can't say enough about Debbie because she seems to be involved in so many different projects in the agency. And one of them that's important to our teams would be that she really coordinates all of the virtual training that we're doing. She moderates that, takes care of making sure that everybody has the materials prior to the training. So I want to especially thank Tammy. And that's about all I have for this session. I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us back to Kurt as the last item on our agenda today.
And I'll try to be brief so that yours and Commissioner Downey's virtual commute through JBLM in Tacoma is somewhat painless. So we, as Chip noted, and I think everybody did a great job through this election cycle. Enforcement included is in much better position than in previous elections, you know, due to staffing and other efficiencies that we've gained. So we had 66 active cases as of November 16th. All of the new complaints have largely trickled off, and we're at 62 right now. So I anticipate by the January meeting that the number will be greatly reduced. We've got a lot of complaint return letters that are likely going to be in the hopper, and possibly some enforcement as we kind of flush through more of these other, let's say, more complicated complaints that came in. For the closure, we closed 41 cases from October 20th through November 15th. That included 5 cases with no evidence of a violation, and those were closed between 15 and 32 days. And these are things that kind of factored into Alice's presentation earlier, and Commissioner Jarrett, your love of stats and spreadsheets for tracking these. So, you know, we are closing all of these within really good ranges, especially considered the past. If we, you know, did some comparison there, which wouldn't be fair, but we closed 8 cases with reminders, and those were closed between 10 and 80 days. And I would just note that of those 8, we closed 1 in 10, 1 in 11, 2 in 23, 1 in 24, and 1 in 30. So we're closing those early. We had a couple on the back end that, you know, kind of added to the range. 10 cases closed with a formal written warning. Those were between 17 and 84 days and included cases that we closed in 17, 19, 22, 30, and 42 days. And then we had 3 cases that we closed as a request for technical correction, and those were between 43 and 50 days. And all 3 of those cases required filers to do some amendments to prior reports from sometimes up to 2 to 3 years in the past. So that was a pretty good turnaround, considering that they had to go back to maybe some old ORCA files to correct those reports. We did close 15 cases as unfounded, and those do take quite a bit of time. That is a higher amount, but there was a lot of cases that did come in, and rather than give you a summary of each, I'll just explain those 15 by category. So we had 4 that involved an allegation of use of public facilities to support or oppose a candidate or ballot proposition, 2 involving sponsor identification on political advertising, 1 involving an alleged either independent expenditure or special report of independent expenditure or electioneering communication. We had 2 involving Section 335 regarding false statements, or the 2 that we reviewed were a re-election, used the term re-elect for a non-incumbent, and then an endorsement, which was an interesting one, in which a video had a portrayal of a piece of equipment on a public property site, and a candidate had the video of the equipment in the background, and the owner of the equipment thought it might be an implied endorsement. So it was interesting. It was on a public partnership project. So it was just an interesting complaint that we hadn't had. We had one allegation of exceeding contribution limits by a candidate. We had one allegation of exceeding contributions of $5,000 within 21 days of an election. Two complaints related to the financial affairs statement, one related to a statement of organization or by a candidate or political committee, and one involving failing to timely report. So it was kind of a mixed bag, but those do take quite a bit of time, and our coordinators spend a lot of time on getting those letters refined to get those out. It's easier to sometimes log something in and start a complaint rather than, treat it as unfounded. So that was quite a few to get turned around in that short time and gave the public good information. So kudos to our coordinators. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Kurt. And thank you to everyone else. Is there anything to come before us for the good of the order?
Nothing else on the agenda.
All right, good job, Fred.
I think Jana has given us permission to go home.
I do.
And good luck for those of us who have to go through JBLM traffic. Take care, everyone. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you.